Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How period does the FBI find people? The people be spelled P-E-O-O-P-O-N. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
Because he's the guy! What more do you need to see?
All right, welcome back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much for being here. It was a short lunch. It was very, very short. Hopefully, you got a little bit of sustenance in you. Maybe a little drink. Some I still got my empty hot chocolate mug. Remind me to wash that when we're done, so I get on Mrs. R.A.'s bad side. You're all still standing. I probably should let you sit down. Hold on just one second. Let me arrange for that. I know a guy who can help you with that. Wait for it. All right. Let's see. Internet, Lumia Stream, Overlays, Chatbot, and YouTube. You can now sit. Please be seated, everyone. Thanks for your patience. I apologize for the delay there. Everyone's welcome to take a seat. All right, we're at the end of lunch break. Just for those that have missed this morning, I apologize first of all because this morning was spicy. Yesterday was spicy. This has been an incredible trial. Just no matter which way you look at it, whether you're looking on spicy content, the interactions between the lawyers, the lawyer in itself. I think that's some next level, some planning that's been going on. The strategy has been fun to watch.
For the trees.
And we have had incredible insights and commentary throughout this trial from chat, from people who have basically every possible opinion you could have on this, for the most part, are represented here. And I appreciate you guys all sharing those thoughts respectfully. I was going to say we have a cat cam, but my cat has vacated the position. Let me get the controls out and see if I can. Let's zoom out just a wee bit. This is the window he likes to sit in, and this is from the inside. Obviously, we're looking out, but he likes to sit right here. I'm not a camel. And he's gone. He sits on the outside because we don't let him in. He's an outdoor cat. I'll keep an eye on that. If the cat comes back, I'll show you. He's going to be a little bit of a.
I'm not a cat.
I'm not a cat. It's going to be a little bit of our calming influence. If trial gets difficult, if the topic gets heavy, well, hopefully the cat will be available for us. Anyway, beautiful window. I love that window. It's I believe it's leaded crystal glass from 1915, I think was when it was built. And it's actually bowed in. So it's like the middle of the window is like 2 or 3 inches further in than the other. And it was designed that way. It's designed to be that way. It works great for the cat, and it lets us look in sort of like through a little periscope into our front room. All right. Speaking of cats, well, this isn't a cat. This is a fox. But Betsy says, "Good job. Thank you very much for the super sticker, Betsy. Thank you. You've given a couple things today as well." Jamie Coulter joined a brand new member. Welcome to the gallery. Did that during lunch. Also, we had Barbara Boyd. Welcome to the gallery as well, Barbara. Appreciate you being here. I think we have Ivan.
Murdoch stole it.
I think we have Ivan on the phone. Let's see.
Mr. Ivan.
Ivan, how are you doing this afternoon? How was your lunch, first of all? Let's get the important stuff out of the way.
It was good. I had myself a gas station hamburger.
Ivan, haven't you learned from the stories I've told about gas station food? You know what happens.
Listen to me. Quick Trip is different, okay? Quick Trip is different.
You cannot sell me on this.
I'm telling you, Quick Trip is different.
Okay. Gas station hamburger. All right, I'll give you a pass this one time, but if you complain a bellyache later on in the day, I'm going to be like, told you so, talk to the hand. What's on your mind about the case itself?
The case itself, well, I had to get a chuckle out of your the phone a friend comment about the judge. It seems to me it's so like. Let me see if I'm getting this right. The reason we can't bring in the journal is because they moved in a prior pretrial motion to not include the journal, because the shooter is appealing his sentence, they can't put him on. Now, see, that's
yeah.
Is that correct?
Well, sort of. The defense does not want the journal in. That part is correct. They made the motion not to bring the journal in. The judge says, okay, look, we had this ruling not to go there. The state didn't go there. You were wanting to go. I mean, we allowed a tiny, tiny bit in, which I believe in context was accurate for the state. They want to bring in parts that are sort of out of context for defense to challenge the testimony we heard through the state witness. And the judge says, if you do that, then the state gets to go and redirect and expand that and put those into perspective. And she said, just to give you a perspective, this is what you want. You want the part with the animals in, you want this other stuff in. And she said, no, I don't want that. That is way too prejudicial. So defense backed down from that position. It still seems unfair that the state was get to play a few excerpts from that or read a few excerpts, and she doesn't get to challenge that or even question the person who wrote it.
And to me, isn't like maybe I'm just crazy here, but like, wouldn't the thoughts of the person who actually did the crime be automatically included? Like, or is that hearsay or what? Like, you would think, or is there no way to prove he wrote it, or what is the legal argument? And maybe, Matthew or Goodman can, chime in on there. But like, I would think, the thoughts of the person who committed the crime would be included, hands down. Like that wouldn't even be, a question.
With every bit of evidence, there are rules as to whether it can come in, and hearsay is a big one. So if there has to be an objection for hearsay or an exception. Excuse me. There has to be an exception for hearsay to be admitted. And there are specific rules and instances where it will be allowed, and it was in one case, and it wasn't in the other. So that's it's
yeah. So it's all so probably what she's doing is creating appeal grounds here, just so she can have it in the record, right? Like, is that what we're assuming here? Like,
I think anytime the defense attorney loses an argument before the judge, she's going to try to preserve the record for appeal, just in case she wants to wrap that into her big, we want to redo at the end.
She's like a Grateful Dead song, though. She just never ends. You know what I mean? Like she just keeps going and going, and then there's another solo, and then
if you could get the record to reflect facts that are sort of favorable to you, but the ruling went against it. I mean, of course, you're going to want the best looking record possible so that the appellate judges can look at that and say, oh, it was close. It was close. They almost went that way, but they didn't. So she's just trying to preserve the record that way.
Does the court reporter add in stomping of the feet in italics?
I hope so.
Like,
I think brackets.
Is that part of the record?
Brackets would be appropriate.
Okay, it'd be a bracket. Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to be sure because nothing I love more than a bossy woman who stomps her feet. I like being told what to do by.
She was so frustrated. She was frustrated. Ivan, I felt her frustration as well, and I still don't know how to resolve that situation where the state got to play one side of the coin and she couldn't show the other side. That to me doesn't sit right. I would think that the proper thing to do was actually to not allow the state's information in. I mean, if it's so bad that you can't show the other side, why let them peek through the door and say, this is what's in there, 22 pages of all about this. I'm just going to give you a little glimpse. And now the jury thinks every single line. And we saw the stuff that wasn't very bad at all. That must be so much worse. And there's stuff in there that could help Jennifer. But the jury won't know that.
I just wanted to end with this before my egg timer.
It's long since expired. You've got like 3 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to tell Amber that I'm available to talk to her for hours and hours on end to help her migraine, if that'll help.
I don't think that's the help she wants.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm
saying.
just trying to be a service. I'm trying to volunteer here. Okay.
Thanks, Ivan. Appreciate
All
you.
right.
We'll see you.
Love you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Lolly says, been listening to RA since the ZA trial. Love it here. Thank you. Zachary Anderson was a very interesting trial as well.
Call from Tiffany.
Hello, Tiffany. This is Scott. How are you doing?
Hey, Scott. How are you? I'm good.
Good.
Actually, I'm fighting a cold.
Oh, so you say you want to be good. Maybe you'll be good tomorrow, hopefully.
Well, it's better because my son was also sick, but he's back at school today, so I'm only taking care of myself, which is easier.
A little easier than having a little one who's also miserable. Well, Tiffany, what's on your mind today?
Right. So I have a few things. First, I think that the reason the state was able to get it in is simply because it's their burden to prove what the parents knew, and that is Ethan stating he's begged his parents and they aren't helping him. Though I agree, it does seem unfair that she's not able to bring it in, but there must be a very good reason she's not pushing anymore. So I have a feeling them stopping there, and like you said about the bird, like there's a very, very good reason.
The bird is the tip of the iceberg, I think, and we're not going to go any further into the journal. I realize.
No, I don't want to.
In Ethan's Miller hearing, that was covered in depth.
Yeah.
If somebody wants to, I would say pollute their mind with that garbage. It's out there.
I don't want to.
It's out there, but it's. I think it is not relevant to this case.
Yeah. But I do think that the state has their burden to prove what the parents knew, and that is in writing. Like I'm begging my parents. So I see why, but it seems unfair. But I think for everybody, and especially the defendant, I think there's a very, very good reason they're not doing anything else. The other thing, yesterday I called and we were talking about the math sheet with the gun that she sent, and she was really, really concerned. And I was talking yesterday about how it was obvious that she was very alerted, but the other people weren't. And so I think off the bat she knew more, and that was clear by her response. But after the shooting, I was thinking more. After the shooting, her first thought was Ethan, and not like, is my son okay, in the sense like, for example, I have a high schooler and they had a scare, and my first response was, oh my gosh, go pick up my child. But my first thought was absolutely not, oh, I think this could be my child doing it. And that was one of her very first thoughts.
Yeah, that goes to say that there was something in her mind that she knew. I mean, the information that she got then, which is the same that a lot of other people got, in addition to what she already knew, it raised a higher level of concern than with the average person.
Right.
So that would go towards the state's argument that she knew prior to this a potential of what could happen.
Yeah. And I also was thinking it was really unfair for her in her text. So, I mean, she's trying to make herself not look as bad, but with her boyfriend, she's sitting there like, they should have done more. They should have checked his backpack. It's like, but she was the only one, her and her husband were the only one that knew, at least in that room, that he had a gun
there was something
available
to
to him.
Yeah.
Right. The rest of them didn't know that. So, and then of course she states like, oh, the gun was locked up, but then come to find out, even if that gun was, we don't know for sure, the other guns weren't. Yeah. So he had access in the end, at least to some.
I was interested to hear about the 50 assignments, the 50 pages of assignments that have
me too.
Gun drawings on them. And I'm wondering, what are these 50 assignments he didn't do? The 50 assignments is a lot of assignments. Even if you say you have, I don't know how many classes they take. Is it 8 at once, 7 at once? Because
seven usually. Yeah.
So assuming you get one per day, right? From 7, that's how many days until you get 50 assignments from each class?
Right.
It's a week's worth of assignments, maybe, if you get a worksheet from every single class
it'd be
day.
more than that. It would absolutely be more than that. I mean, that's probably for my child. That's probably 2 or 3 weeks or more of assignments.
So was he not turning the assignments in for a couple of weeks and nobody knew about it? Or were the assignments that were turned in?
I know for my child, a lot of them,
returned?
They do the assignments, take pictures, and then submit them online. And it could be that he submitted them online and then kept and edited
and
them.
then
I don't
drew
know.
afterwards.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't know, but
I imagine in the civil case against the school, that's going to be a point of interest. If there's any testimony or evidence that the school knew about these, or knew about some or all of these 50 assignments with drawings, because that does change the picture for the school alone.
it would change the picture. It would. Yes.
But,
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think they must not, though, because they saw him drawing that one sheet and they grew very concerned.
Yeah.
So it doesn't seem as though they have information that it was a regular occurrence, though we don't know. I'm just basing it off of what we do know.
We know that from a previous, when the teacher that had that said, well, I went back and looked at his previous assignments and there was other violent stuff on them. So we know for at least that teacher, there were precursors.
Yeah.
They might not have been as severe as this. But Tiffany,
yeah,
right?
The teacher's not paying attention. Tiffany, yes.
Yes, Tiffany, thank you very much. I appreciate the comments. We've got sound from court, so we might be coming back any second.
Oh, great. Okay.
Thank you so
All
much.
right, bye.
We'll see you.
Yeah,
Bye.
thank you. Bye.
Lauren Lively says, you can't prove anything in his journal was ever said to his parents. Anyone who writes in journals writes their feelings down without having to tell someone. Lauren, that begs the question, what if the shooter wanted to frame his parents? What would he have done? What could he have done differently than what he did if he was trying to frame his parents? And, he was mad at them for whatever reason. And, how could he set them up? Isn't this like the perfect scenario? I know my mom never reads her text. I can text her all sorts of stuff in that. I mean, those were text messages. I don't think those are Facebook Messenger. She reads her Facebook Messenger all the time. I'm just thinking it's possible that could have been one of the angles on this. All right, court sound is back. We're going to take another call while we wait for audio. We might have to cut this off. Bree, you might have to speed talk. We've got just moments.
I got you. Trust me. I know there's possible movement. No, I was just going to say really quick when we were talking about the DUI process, New Mexico actually has dram shop law. So if a restaurant or bartender overserves, the bartender, the restaurant, and the ownership can be sued by everybody involved.
Is that civilly or criminally?
Falls back. Criminal and civilly, both. Okay. Because I've had so many DUIs and drunk driving deaths in the state. But that then falls back on the responsibility of the bartender and stuff like that to know when somebody's being overserved and have to take classes. So to me, this kind of goes back to this. It also should fall on the school of when did they need to make sure that the family knew, because I feel like the family had thoughts, but I also feel like the school maybe didn't disclose as much as they should have. So I feel like you're kind of in that gray area of did they do enough? And a bartender could still be served if they didn't think they did enough or charged.
I think even the bartender situation is different because that they drove to your establishment, right? So that upon exit, there's a high likelihood they're going to get in a vehicle and drive. And
exactly.
And then you also have, present tense. You get a good look at what their mental state is right in that moment. They're literally, they're engaging with you one-on-one saying, serve me another one of those, and you're like, well.
There's some people that have been charged. So let's say John Smith goes in the bar, he has one beer and leaves, right? Mm-hmm. He goes out to his car and does a bunch of shooters on the way, like the little mini airplane bottles. Mm-hmm. And goes out in his car and drives, and he did 4 or 5 before he started driving. It wasn't the bar, the one drink didn't do it. But since that was the last place he was and they could prove it, then they've had people charged for that. So, I mean, it's been a big conspiracy, or not conspiracy, but issue of controversy. And it's not this, but it's not the same. I'm just saying this is kind of the closest thing that I could think of where somebody didn't know something was going to happen or didn't mean for it to happen. But now here we are. So is somebody responsible other than the person who actually did it?
Yeah. I going back to that one guy and who had did a bunch of shooters in his car. If he was not intoxicated or did not, I mean, you can guzzle a whole bunch of alcohol, okay, and it takes a minute for it to kick in, okay. It's not instant like some of the other substances people tend to ingest. So if he's not visibly intoxicated when they're serving a drink, I think there's no way they should have charged that.
Yeah,
but
I agree. It's a real. It's especially from somebody who's been in the service industry my whole life. It was one of those things that when I started working in the state, I actually decided once we moved not to work in the state because I know when to cut people off and stuff like that. But it's very strict out here, and I'm not going to put myself in a place that could hurt me or my entire family because somebody did something they shouldn't have done. So.
Yeah. Great things to think about. Just one more thing. I'm going to stay awake tonight, Bree, wondering, running through my head.
Or you're just going to find another Murdaugh 7-hour stream.
Oh, my goodness. We're going to have to distract ourselves with another court case. Bree, thank you very much.
Have a good day,
It's always good talking to you.
We'll talk to you guys later.
See you.
Bye.
You guys are super smart. Thanks for calling and sharing with me. All right. I've got my fingers crossed that court is about to come back. We have... we're ready for audio if it happens, but it's not being fed yet. Let's see, lots of comments I'm missing here. Joe Sherlock says, I'm trying to figure out why it's all right for a mom to get a guilty for her son's action. Well, there has to be the right situation, and if any situation was right, I would say this one has all those elements, those parts. This would be, I would say, the easiest case in my mind to prove that, but it doesn't mean it's a open a door, slam shut case. So that wasn't what I meant to say. Open and shut case. There's also potential for alcohol to adversely react with meds, a drink or two, but not over serving is partly on the server, though. Accountability. I'm a big fan of personal accountability. Huge. I think it's underused in this world. Let's see.
Carla?
Is this Carla?
Yes.
Hey, Carla. You might have to talk fast. I give this preface every time we're about to come back to court. But what's on your mind?
Yes. I have so many things, but I'm just going to argue one of them as a psychiatrist.
Okay.
So if Ethan would have gotten help, would have gotten an evaluation.
What if he would have gotten a psychiatric evaluation?
Would have happened? So, yeah, what would have happened if he actually had gotten an evaluation on that day, right? So what do they think would have happened? Usually when you get an evaluation, it's just a risk assessment, right? Yeah. So Ethan would have gone, seen a psychiatrist or a psychologist. They would have asked him if in that moment, in that specific moment.
Hang on 1 second. They're back to court. The prosecution is leaning up all by themselves, talking to the witness on the stand who's been ordered not to talk to anyone about their testimony.
Oh, Lordy.
Oh my goodness, this looks bad. Okay, I hear what you're saying. We're coming back to court right now, I think. Let me get you back. We'll probably take your call again on the next break. Is that all right, if you're able?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
No problem.
Thank you. We want to talk about the psychiatrist evaluation. I know for sure what would have happened would have been they would have asked that question about are there any weapons available? And so, yeah, we'll see. Thank you so much. All right.
Okay, bye.
Did that seem wrong to anybody? Did that seem wrong that she just walked up there and said anything to him at all? I'm a stickler for the rules, right? I want everything to be perfectly clean cut and follow the rules so there's no issues. They might have instructed him not to say certain things. Yeah, and defense attorney sitting right there watched the whole thing. Maybe she could hear and maybe there was nothing there, but the perception is bad. Not allowed to talk about testimony. It doesn't mean nothing at all. But what else would you have to tell him? What other reason would the prosecutor have to walk up to a witness who's on the stand waiting to testify in court? Is it like, hey, how about them Chiefs? What? You know that didn't happen. Why else was she up there? It's like, hey, we still on for tennis this weekend? I forgot to mention this, by the way, and I need to. Adam Nusky was first in chat today. Thank you very much, Adam. It was hotly contested, and I believe on some people's screens it comes up differently, but on my screen, which is the screen of record, Adam's text did come in first. He used the letter V, which in Adam's mind means that no one is allowed to use the letter V for the rest of the day. I'm not sure if you want to follow that rule or not. You can if you want. I'll try to read your text anyway. But thank you, Adam. Congratulations. The internet is all yours once again.
Your Honor, calling people versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 22279-990-F8.
Mayor McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you. Mark Keith on behalf of the people.
Thank you. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
Good afternoon. We had a hearing that was conducted under seal pursuant to 8.119, and the court ruled that there is an absolute privilege that belongs to the shooter. Therefore, none of the psychological or medical records of the shooter will be eligible to be admitted in this matter. All right, are you ready for the hearing?
Yes.
No,
yes, Judge.
no medical records allowed in. That was the ruling. He has an absolute Fifth Amendment right. Buckle up for the afternoon. I think what we're going to see is we're going to see the state rest after this witness. I'm not sure how much else they have, but if it were me putting on the prosecutor's case, the prosecution's case, this would be my final witness. You've had the emotion, you've had the detail, you've had the shock value, you've got everything wrapped up in one, and a good witness that's very believable, very trustworthy.
Good afternoon. You may be seated. Who is the next witness prosecutor?
I believe Lieutenant Willis was still on the cross-examination.
That's true. That might be why he's sitting here.
That might be why this guy's still in my witness box.
Lieutenant, you are still under oath, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead.
Hi there. You were testifying that on December 1st, I believe you said you got an arrest warrant for Ethan Crumbley, correct?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, for Mrs. Crumbley, for the shooter.
Correct.
And on that date, he was on Zoom for a court hearing.
Yes.
And during that court hearing, Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley participated on Zoom from their vehicles. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, it appeared they were in their vehicle, but they're on Zoom.
Now, on Friday, you went to the court and did what you call a swear-to in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's when you went in and you told a magistrate or judge the facts that you swore to in order to secure an arrest warrant for Mrs. Crumbley, correct?
Yes.
Now, on that date, you never told and I'm asking if you ever told Mrs. Crumbley, you personally did not tell Mrs. Crumbley you need to be here at the court, correct?
I did not.
And when you were at the court, were prosecutors present?
For the swear-to, are we talking about?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't recall.
You don't recall seeing me there, correct?
No.
You recall seeing lots of media there, is that right?
Yeah, there was lots of people there, but yeah. Yes.
Was it media or people?
Both.
Okay, so lots of media and people.
Media.
Yeah, I didn't know everyone's credentials, but there was people. So I don't know who was intermixed in the group.
And on that date, you secured the warrant. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And the next thing that happened was the prosecutor had a press conference and announced it, correct?
Objection is irrelevant, Judge.
Well, it was on the media in the public domain.
We can stipulate that it was him.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's even.
Okay. Yeah, you can answer that. If you know.
Can you say it again, please?
Yeah, the next thing was the prosecution announced at a press conference that there was a warrant for Crumbley's arrest.
I don't know that.
After the arrest warrant was secured, you were aware that a search was started from fugitive apprehension teams, U.S. Marshals, Border Patrol, to find the Crumbleys.
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware that there was any kind of search?
No, that's not true. I was aware that there was a search that I directed our fugitive unit to conduct.
Okay, so you were aware that there was an outstanding warrant for Mrs. Crumbley.
Yes.
And you were aware that there were going to be efforts to locate Mrs. Crumbley because of the warrant.
Yes, if I recall the swear to, the judge said the defendant had, or her husband, but the defendant had to turn herself in by 4 p.m. That day.
Okay, and defendants can do a variety of things. I believe we've already established this in trial. They can drive around in their car with an outstanding warrant and end up getting a ticket and taken into custody, correct?
That can happen.
They can go to the police station and turn themselves into police, correct?
Yes, that can happen.
They can have a lawyer make arrangements, set up a time and go to the court to turn themselves in.
Yes, that can happen.
Okay, so there's a couple of different ways that a person can come into custody, correct?
Yes, there's several ways.
I have no further questions.
Just briefly. That hotel in Auburn Hills where James and Jennifer Crumbley stayed, how close is that to the Auburn Hills Police Department?
I don't know exactly, but it's like right across the street. It's very close.
Okay, nothing further.
All right, you can step down and you're excused. Who's next? Yes.
Maybe we have no more, Judge?
Sure.
Are they done? Does the state rest here? They're deciding right now if they're going to call one more witness.
Thank you, Judge. The people are going to rest, but before we do, I just want to make sure the court's exhibit list reflects the same as the people's as far as admission of evidence.
We're going to do all this in front of the jury?
Yes, I have my offices.
So I'll go page by page. It might be easier.
This part's going to be slow.
On page 1, that's 1 through 30. Every exhibit on page 2, 31 through 59. Exhibits 60 through 76. And then 78 through 94. That's on page 3. All exhibits on page 4, that's 95 through 122.
112 was admitted, correct?
Now, a couple things can happen here as they're going over these numbers. Then we may expect, we often see at this point the defense attorney filing a motion for a directed verdict. It will not be successful in this case. But it might be filed anyway, or made anyway. It's a verbal motion that's made in court. And that's the motion where they ask the judge saying, hey, there's not enough evidence to convict my client. Just rule right now that they're not guilty. They're acquitted. Not going to happen.
183 through 186. Exhibits 188 and 189.
I'm sorry, 181?
No, 183 through 186. And then 188 and 189. Exhibits 191 through 205.
You have 187 not admitted,
correct? Correct. So we have 188 and 189, two that are admitted. And then 191 through 205 are all admitted. Exhibits 210 through 213. Exhibits 215 through 223.
I think we had close to 450, 480 something exhibits.
Not admitted though. I'm only identifying. Not 215? Oh, thank you. Not 215. Thank you. 215 was not admitted. Okay. Exhibits 216 through 223 are admitted. Exhibits 231 through 239 are admitted. Exhibits 242 through 247 are admitted. 248 is admitted as well. Thankfully, we have Ms. Nella here. 247 was not admitted. That's right, thank you. 248, yeah. 248 was admitted. 253 through 256 were all admitted. 278 through 284 were also. 268, 269 were admitted. Thank you. 272 was admitted. And then 278 to 284. This is where we do this. 285 through 291 were all admitted. 296 and 297.
285.
285 through 291.
Okay.
293 was admitted. 296 and 297 were admitted. Exhibits 300 through 309 were all admitted. Exhibits 316 and 317 were admitted. Exhibit 340 through 345 were all admitted. Exhibit 347 through 357 were all admitted, as were all exhibits through 388 on the next page. Exhibits 389 through 405 were admitted. Exhibits 408 and 409 were admitted. Exhibit 411 was admitted. 413 through 423 were admitted.
Lots of exhibits.
426 was admitted. And then we identified two items as demonstrative aids.
424 not admitted, correct?
Correct. Okay. 135, John, can you go back to that page, please? That was not it. I just want to confirm that I said that correctly. 135. That was not admitted.
Not admitted.
The jury's just twiddling their thumbs here. There's nothing.
Judge, the two demonstrative exhibits that were just identified for the record, 427 and 428.
Then that should be done. I think that was all I counted.
Does that reflect the defense list as well? Okay.
Do you have anything different from that, Ms. Smith?
I have no objections.
Okay.
And the people rest.
All right, so, Ms. Smith.
Your Honor, I believe at this point the court needs to excuse the jury for a moment, unless the court would like me to make a motion later.
Okay, I can do that.
Or if you want to do testimony, we can do that motion later, whatever you want.
Okay. Okay, if we can wait, we'll wait.
Yes. Okay, that sounds good.
That's that motion.
Okay, so
That's the motion for a
Your Honor,
directed
the
verdict.
defense calls Jennifer Crumbley to the stand.
Now they open with the defendant.
Can I excuse the jury for a minute?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to excuse for a minute, okay?
All right, the jury.
Like 5.
Whoops. It needs to be a little colloquy here. We need a little bit of. Now that the jury's gone, we might have that motion first. Then we're going to have. That was a little. That was a whoops. That was a whoops.
All right, you may be seated. You could make that motion now if you wanted to. I guess I would indicate that I think it's a policy of the Sheriff's Department to have someone stand close to the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I guess I would like that to occur outside of the site of the jury. So,
you mean like here?
I think that they're going to require that a deputy stand here. So rather than make that obvious, I would invite a jury to have her have a seat and have the deputy standing behind her prior to the jury being brought in.
Okay, should she go? Can she go up there now?
Sure, unless you want to bring the motion.
Go up there and I'll just make a record about her testifying, and we'll do the motion later. Is that okay? Okay, go have a seat up there, and the deputy's going to be behind you. You're just going to start in the box, okay?
Could you raise your, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can be seated. Ms. Smith, would you like to question her?
I would. For the record, can you start by stating your name, please?
Oh, sure, yeah, you can close the door. Let's see what it was open.
Hi. Can you start by stating your name?
It's Jennifer Crumbley.
And Mrs. Crumbley, you and I have been working together since December of 2021, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say over these last 26 months, we've discussed whether or not you intended to testify a number of times?
We have.
Do you want to testify in your case?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you did not testify, this judge, this court, would give the jury instructions that it cannot be held against you?
Yes.
Do you understand that after
I've
I
always heard the
question
judge
you, the
run these questions.
prosecution is going to be able to cross-examine you?
Yes.
And do you understand they're going to be able to cross-examine you about all of the evidence that's been admitted in the case, including all of your text messages or your Facebook messages to your husband, all of those messages with Mr. Milosh, all the evidence in the case,
yes,
correct?
I do.
They get full reign on cross-examination. We've gone over that, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you have any questions for myself or for Judge Matthews about testifying?
No, I don't.
Are you doing this because anyone has threatened you or coerced you into testifying?
No.
Is this your choice?
Yes.
Is it voluntary, freely made by you?
Yes.
Is there anything you think the court should know about this decision?
No.
Just.
Do you have any questions for me, Mrs. Crumbley?
I do not.
Okay. All right.
Should we address counsel's motion while the jury's out?
Well, I guess she mentioned that maybe we can do it later, but we can reserve it.
So she's allowing the defense to reserve the
Sounds good. Thank you.
right to make the motion that normally is done during the break.
I am.
So they're going to do that motion out of order, possibly at the end of the day, for a directed verdict. So those questions satisfy the curiosity of the court that the defendant has made an informed decision about testifying in her own defense, and what that means, and what it would mean if she didn't testify in her own defense. And that's procedural. You'll see that in almost every case, unless it's the Tyrone Tucker Treehouse case, where they did not do that. Ended
So
mistrial.
require counsel with any other defense witnesses after Mrs. Crumbley.
I'm not sure. It depends on childcare.
So who would that person be?
I'm not sure. They have never told me who they were calling. I'm not sure.
I thought they told you the night before.
Yeah, I'll tell them tonight. I've been in court with Mrs. Crumbley all day, so I don't know who I'm calling next.
Okay. I guess it's going to be hard to believe that we're going to get past her. Maybe we will. Maybe we will. Do you think we will?
I don't know.
See,
It depends how long the process is.
now the shoe's on the other foot.
All rise for the jury.
Now the shoe's on the other foot, and she's like, I would tell them who's coming up next if I knew, but I just don't know. I can't give them a heads up. I'll tell them first thing in the morning. This is how the game is played, and it was played the other way, and now the roles are reversed, and you'll see the same arguments coming up from the different tables.
Ms. Smith, you become the client, correct?
Yes, thank you.
All right, Mrs. Crumbley, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about today is the truth, self to God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Would you state the name for the record? Spell your first and last name.
It's Jennifer Crumbley, JENNIFER, CRUMBLEY.
Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
You know, Your Honor, I'm going to pull the podium up just so I can see a little bit better.
Okay, sure.
The furniture battle.
Uh-oh.
She just unplugged something. She just unplugged the microphone. Luckily, our cameraman's really comfortable in the courtroom. I think we're going to get it back. It might be loud because it might be a loud pop here. Oopsies.
Good afternoon.
It's always a furniture battle in court.
I just need to get, is there any way we could put the screen on?
Sure. Usually that one goes on last, so.
And what I'm going to have to do is, I'm going to leave this unplugged for a moment so that when I need an exhibit, I'll just plug it in.
Okay.
Because I don't have those fancy, like, in between slides.
Yeah, this one goes on and then
well,
they don't all go on simultaneously.
They don't. Okay. Let's see if it goes.
I guess I feel like I'm the only one who can see all three of them. This one is not on. Oh, there, all three of them are.
Let's see what happens when I just go like. Okay, I'm gonna have to pull it out each time. So I apologize in between exhibits. So with that, I'm gonna pull it out.
I predict a mistake.
All right, Mrs. Crumbley. Can you please start by identifying yourself? Tell the jury who you are.
My name is Jennifer Crumbley, and I'm the defendant in this case.
And how old are you?
I'm 45.
Mrs. Crumbley, the jury has heard so much testimony. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go a little bit faster through things, and if there's something we need to explain, or if I'm cutting you off, let me know.
Okay.
Okay? And you understand that as I speak, you have to wait for me to finish speaking?
Correct.
Okay. So, Mrs. Crumbley, very briefly, go ahead and tell the jury what you did for a living.
I was a marketing director at a real estate acquisition company.
And how long did you hold that position?
5 years.
Now, does that kind of position include any kind of presentations or public speaking, anything like that?
Not a lot.
Okay. And how do you feel right now about talking to this jury?
Public speaking is probably my biggest fear, so very nervous.
Okay. And at times, you have been upset during this trial, is that correct?
Correct.
Are you okay to keep proceeding?
Yes.
I want you to tell this jury just a little bit about your personality, and I think we've seen some of it on the videos. Is that fair to say?
We have.
Okay, let's talk about when you have a really stressful situation. What is let's say an animal dies in your family or a person dies in your family. How do you handle something like that, news like that?
I go into a go planning mode. I internalize things, and my reaction is to take care of other things that may have to be taken care of, like financials or things that keep the house running. I tend to hold things in, and I let it out when I'm alone. So having a lot of emotions for me is difficult.
Now, in this case, aside from this case, is that true in other situations of your life?
Yeah.
Can you give the jury an example?
Yeah, my husband had a hard time holding down a job after his mother passed away. So when he would lose a job, I would actually be the one finding the ones for him and sending them from Indeed or Monster and taking plans of how we're going to put certain things on payments. It's just, I take control of things. That's just what I do.
Okay. And you, I want to talk to you. You mentioned your husband. When did you and James Crumbley meet?
In October of 2004.
And how long have you been together then?
It will be 18 years this September.
And are you still together and married at this time?
We are.
Have you spoken to him recently?
No.
How long has it been since you've spoken to him?
A little over 2 years.
So since the day of the shooting?
Correct.
Or not shooting, the day you were arrested?
Correct.
You have a son?
Yes.
The jury's heard a lot about your son. Okay. I want to talk about your son prior to November 30th, okay?
Okay.
Tell the jury how old he was at that time.
He was 15 years old.
And give the jury an idea about what kinds of things he was into, what his hobbies included.
Oh, he was really into bowling. He was actually really good at it. He was into metal detecting. What
do you mean by metal detecting?
He would we have a metal detector, so we would go to the beach, or we went to Florida, out by the ocean, or the neighbor's yard. They weren't there anymore, so we go in the neighbor's yard and see if he could find old coins or cans or whatever he would find. But he really liked that. He was into his BB guns and target practice. We had a half acre of land in the village of Oxford that went straight back. So in the backyard, we set up little targets that we got from Amazon that you can just kind of shoot down, like little whatever. He was into his video games. He did soccer from age 3 until 9th grade. He had a lot of different interests. Coin collecting.
Do you have some interests?
I do.
Okay, we've heard about horses.
I like horses. I also snow ski. I'm a big reader. and I worked a lot, so I didn't have a lot of time to do the reading. But
Okay, now when you say snow skiing, did you ever, back up. Were there any activities that you and Ethan enjoyed doing together?
Yes. I joined the ski patrol because the family can ski free, and also to help people out. So I got him into skiing at the age of 7, and he would come out with me on my patrol shifts and come skiing with me. So we were in that together.
What about horses? Did he ever go out to the barn with you?
He did, but he didn't really like horses. The one horse I had was kind of aggressive, so it intimidated him, and it kind of turned him off from going to the barn. It's kind of boring if you're not the person with the horse. There's a lot of standing around and a lot of nothing.
Okay. So would you spend time together with him at home?
Yeah.
Okay, tell the jury what kinds of things you guys did together or as a family.
We did a lot of board games. We also had the virtual reality set for the PS4, so we did a lot of the Beat Saber. You can probably Google that.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's like you're holding lightsabers and it has music, and you have to like hit the beats, but it's all in 3D. So it's a virtual reality headset.
Okay, so you would do that with him?
Yeah.
Star Wars
Okay,
Zumba.
what else?
That's what it is. Star
We had a
Wars
pool.
Zumba.
We like swimming together. I mean, really just normal stuff.
Okay, did you do holiday things?
We did.
Give us some examples.
So every year around Thanksgiving, I always cook Thanksgiving dinner. The day after, we would go cut our Christmas tree down. And then we would decorate that weekend. We'd watch National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Halloween, we grew our own pumpkins. So we always carved our own pumpkins and had a whole bunch put around the house. Easter, it's normal family stuff.
Did you have an interest in like home improvement kind of stuff?
Yeah, our house was an auction house. So basically it was wrapped in blue tarp when we bought it at auction. So we've been trying to improve the house since 2015. So we new roof, exterior, and then I've been working on exterior and interior ever since.
Were there things that your son was interested in outside of video games? Was there anything academic that he was interested in?
He really liked history. He was a big history buff. We can play Trivial Pursuit, and he would get me in history every single time. But that was probably his only favorite subject. The rest he could do without.
How did he do in school?
He did good if he applied himself. His problem was he didn't try as hard as I think he could, so he had up and down grades. I would say he's about average.
Okay, and when you say about average, was that something that you talked to him about? Was that something you monitored? Tell the jury about that.
Yeah, you heard about the Power School app during this trial, so I had it on my phone, and I was on it multiple times a day. And his grades would fluctuate based on what assignments the teachers turned in on the Power School app. Our biggest struggle with him were missing assignments. That was the one thing we battled all the time.
Why was that a hot button issue for you?
Because there's no reason why he should have missing assignments. He had a homeroom class and get assignments done in.
Okay. There were, you talked about your job. What were the average hours you worked a week?
I usually I got to the office between 7 and 8 in the morning and leave anywhere between 4 and 6.
And we've heard lots of evidence already. It was family friendly. Yeah. Were you able to go and leave and go as you needed to?
Pretty much, yep.
Did you care about your job?
I did a lot.
Okay. Explain, did you have any changes in positions over the year and a half, 2 years before this?
I did. When I first started with the company, I was hired in as a social media coordinator. I stayed in that role until about 2020. I got promoted to director of marketing. And I held the position until I was terminated.
Okay. And you were, did you work during COVID?
I did. I worked remotely for about 6 months during COVID. Then I went back to the office in, I believe it was August of 2020.
Did you enjoy work?
I did. It was fun. It was marketing's. It's exciting, and I like doing graphic design. I did. I really liked my job.
Now, the jury already heard about Brian. Brian testified.
Correct.
Tell the jury about Brian.
Well, I've known him since high school. We've been friends since then. He's part of the horse community. He has horses. And as you heard yesterday, we did have an extramarital affair. That's probably the extent of our, but yeah. But we were good friends too.
How often in terms of the affair, how often would you spend time together with Brian during 2021?
Maybe an average of once a week.
Okay. How long did the affair last over?
About 6 months.
Do you feel like that affair caused you to neglect Ethan or not spend time with him? I'm sorry, your son, in any way?
No.
Explain why you don't feel that's the case.
Because when I met with Brian, it was in the mornings. On his way home from the station, he would pass my work, and so the time I was coming to work, we'd meet at the Costco parking lot, and that was it. He'd go out about his day, I'd go about mine.
And is it fair to say that you lied to keep that affair going?
Yes, I did.
And I apologize if I asked this, I just am not writing notes. Did you say the date range that started?
It was around spring of 2021.
Okay. And as far as you knew, did you ever talk to your son about that?
No.
And did you ever talk to your husband about it?
No.
If anything, you lied to him about what you were doing, or lied by omission, not telling him.
No, yeah. As far as I knew, I was going to work in the morning. That was. Yeah.
Okay. Outside of those morning times, how many other times would you say you and Brian got together?
It was 2 or 3. I went on some business trips where I would stay overnight, and he would meet me. He would meet me at the hotel.
So that happened 2 or 3 times?
2 or 3 times.
Were there other business trips you took where he did not meet you?
Yeah, there was quite a few.
When Christy Gibson Marshall testified, do you remember who she was?
I do.
Who was she?
She was the assistant vice principal.
And she commented she knew Ethan in elementary school, or she knew your son in elementary school, correct?
Correct.
And she said she testified obviously already about recognizing him. Did that surprise you?
No.
She also mentioned something about emails with you. Do you recall having email exchanges with her?
There was one regarding his report card, getting additional help in math.
Was there any time at that point or into high school that you ever had to email with teachers about discipline issues?
Not discipline, no.
How often would you email about missing assignments or grade type issues?
That was a regular thing.
Okay, and you said you monitored power schools every day. Approximately how many times a month would you say you went to the teachers, or was it weekly? I don't know.
It would be, I wouldn't say it was on a regular basis, but when it happened, it was a series of messages. He'd be struggling in geometry, and so me and the teacher would message back and forth quite a bit, and then he'd start getting better, and it was die off. So it was sporadic, but it was a lot when it happened.
Now, we saw pictures of your house.
Yes.
How did you feel about seeing those pictures?
Horrible.
Okay, why is that?
Because my son has a very messy room, and it was right after Thanksgiving, and we hosted Thanksgiving, and it was pretty messy. It was kind of embarrassing.
Okay.
Really embarrassing.
Explain the 2-bedroom thing, or what was going on with that.
My son, he had 1 bedroom, and it got out of control. And every time I go to clean it, I just shut the door. I just didn't want to deal with it. So then I told him he could just use the guest bedroom until I could get his room deep cleaned. The day before Thanksgiving, I was deep cleaning because we have people over every Thanksgiving, and my intention was to clean both rooms, but I caught my oven on fire in the self-clean mode. So instead, I had the fire department out and everything. So instead of getting his rooms clean, I was scraping out the black charcoal stuff inside your oven so I could cook dinner the next day. But yeah, he was in a 2nd bedroom because I didn't want to clean his room anymore. It was enough.
Did you have any plans to do anything with all that stuff?
Yeah, we're going through a lot of stuff because he outgrew a lot of the clothes and the shoes. There's a lot of, I don't know if you want to call it, like, abuse, but it was a lot of abuse. And so toy-like things that he doesn't use anymore. So we were just going to pack it up and donate it.
Okay, and when were you planning to do that?
Between Thanksgiving and Christmas, before he got new stuff.
Now, we saw a video. I guess I want to talk to you about, there's one friend in particular your son spent a lot of time with, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and we're not going to say his name, but let's just refer to him as the friend.
Okay.
Okay? Overall, was that your son's only friend?
That was his only friend that came over. He did have friends that he talked to during school, but that was the only one that he spent time with outside of school.
And how often would you say he came over?
Oh, he used to walk home with them every day from school. The summertime, he'd go on camping trips with us. Sometimes he would spend more than a week with us. He called him my second son.
Okay, he was the second son. Did you know he was going to be moving away at any point?
Not that abruptly, no.
Okay, so when he moved away, is it fair to say it was a surprise to you and your son?
It was.
What kinds of things would the boys do together at your house?
Oh, they go down to the lake and go fishing. They would walk to Little Caesars or Frosty Boy. They go in the backyard, shoot the BBs. They go swimming in the pool. We took them bowling a lot. They played video games.
Now, when you had him over at the house, or I guess was it more common for him to be at your house or for your son to be at his friend's house?
My son has never been to his house.
Okay, why is that?
Because he had not my son, but his friend had OCD issues, and he didn't want other people in the house.
At your house, did that friend exhibit any issues?
No, not at all.
Okay, so were you surprised when he moved?
Yeah, very surprised.
We saw evidence that you had Life 360 on your phone, and it was on James's phone, right?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what Life 360 is, what the point of it is, why it's on the phone?
It's a family tracking app, so you know where people are at. My husband's mother-in-law got sick in the middle of April, and instead of me worrying about where he was while he was down in Florida with his mother and I was up here, we just installed the app on his phone, so I knew if he was at the hospital, if I knew he was at his dad's house. So just that way, I'm at the bottom. I'm always worried about him and places he goes. So it was just one thing that eased my mind a little bit.
Do you? Is that something you frequently message your husband? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
Mm-hmm. A lot.
Okay, so the jury's going to see the entire stack of exhibits. If they go through all of your messages, how often a week would you say you're on top of him about where he is?
Daily.
What about your son? Were you ever worried about where he was?
I mean, not during the day. He was at school. If he didn't get home from school the time he was supposed to, I would worry about him. Okay.
And did you ever ask James about him in messages?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The prosecution introduced evidence that makes it sound like you and James only talk about these horses.
Actually, the form of the question makes it sound, and this is direct exam, not cross, so these should be non-leading questions as well.
How often would you say you discuss your horses versus your son when you're messaging each other?
A lot more with the horses.
Why is that?
Because my horses, at least, were accident prone, and my husband didn't know a lot about horses. They were more my thing. With him working from home, a lot of times I'd have him go out and check on him, tell him what to do. He started getting into him. He had questions. I knew my son was at school. I knew where he was at during the day. I can talk to him after school. Horses can't talk, so if something's wrong, we've got to kind of figure it out. But yeah, we talked a lot about horses.
Is it fair to say that, did you have additional conversations with James about horses and or Ethan?
Yeah.
How often would you and James talk about or talk to Ethan?
Well, talk to him every day. Talk about him probably every day too.
Okay. Did Ethan have scheduling things you had to work out?
Yeah, he had bowling practices throughout the week, bowling matches, and he worked part-time at a diner. So we had to work out transportation and scheduling with that.
In terms of your relationship with your son, how did you think your relationship was?
I thought we were pretty close. We would talk. We did a lot of things together. I trusted him, and I felt like I had an open door and he can come to me about anything. I felt as a family the three of us were really close.
Okay, you're getting a lot of, no, it's okay. You're getting a lot of redness here. Is that normal?
Yes, because I'm talking in front of people and my nerves act up. So I get splotchy and I might break out in hives, and I apologize.
Okay, but you are okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. So with regard to your son, did you ever go through his text messages, go through his bedroom? What kind of a parent were you in terms of going through those things?
I did not go through his text messages. I didn't have a reason to. His bedroom I would go through when I clean it. When I come across things, I look through it to see if there was something I needed to keep or throw away. But I never went through his text messages.
What about, you did say you went through his grades.
Correct.
Did you end up having discipline issues with him?
A couple of times we did, yes.
What kind of things would those be over?
Missing assignments in his grades.
Okay. Well, any other things that were discipline issues?
No.
At school or at home?
No.
Was there ever a time where you took away your son's phone?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when that was?
I don't remember exactly. I just know he got really angry about it. But we took him away a couple of times. We've taken his video games away.
Why did you do that?
Missing assignments in his grades.
Okay, so same stuff.
Same stuff.
Okay. We're going to talk about some of the text messages, and you would agree the prosecution admitted some text messages about one of those times when you took away his phone.
Correct.
Okay, so we'll get there, okay? I want to talk about mental health. Did you ever believe that your son needed mental health treatment, therapy, counseling, anything?
No, there's a couple of times where Ethan had expressed anxiety over taking tests, anxiety about what he was going to do after high school, whether it was college, military. So he expressed those concerns to me, but not to a level where I felt he needed to go see a psychiatrist or a mental health professional right away, no.
Did you ever deny him or say, no, I'm not going to take you to a mental health professional? Did he ever ask you?
No, he one time when he was talking about what he wanted to do for his future, I don't know, he was feeling really down about it and stressed. We did. My husband did call his school counselor to try to talk to him because I do a lot of future academic planning with the tech school.
Was that a mental health issue?
No, it was more or less addressing what was upsetting my son at that time.
Okay, and what was upsetting him?
The fact that he didn't know what he wanted to do. His grades weren't that great, so he was stressed out about getting into college. He was just having a hard time with his future goals.
Was there ever a time he was considering military?
He talked about it, yes.
Okay. Any other things that he talked about?
He wanted to go into video. He wanted to design video games. He wanted to own his own car shop, like not be the mechanic, but own the shop that mechanics worked at. But that was about it.
Okay. Were there other kinds of health treatments you did get for him? Like, did you take him to the doctor?
Yeah.
How often or for what?
When he got sick, if it was obviously, during COVID it was different because every little thing I freaked out about, so we'd take him to get a COVID test or take him to the doctors. But growing up, it would just be if he had a headache that persisted for longer than a week. But most things are nothing serious.
Did he have insurance? Did you have insurance coverage on your son?
My husband did.
Okay, always, or were there times where you didn't?
All the way up through October of 2021 when my husband lost his job. And I was gonna add him on to my health insurance in November of 2021 at the end of the enrollment period. That was the only time that insurance lasts with him.
Was that one of the outstanding things going on the day that all of this unfolded?
It was.
Despite, in addition to physically going to the doctor, did you have access to some kind of virtual plan?
Yeah, through my company. It's called Allied Health Network. It's a virtual doctor's visit, and actually the prescriptions were free too. They didn't cost anything. So we use that. If you had strep throat, you can take a picture of the throat, send it to the doctor, and they can treat it from there.
Were there times that you called that did virtual visits regarding your son?
Yeah.
And were there times, did you ever go to an urgent care or anything like that?
Yep.
For what kinds of things?
Well, usually for sports physicals, but if he was younger and had a really high fever and his regular doctor couldn't get him in, we take him to urgent care. He's never had an injury or anything, so mainly just that.
Was there ever a time that he had an issue with a mole on his back?
Yeah, he had a mole in the middle of his back. And when I was putting sunscreen on him, I noticed it changed color. So I made an appointment for the doctor to take him in to take a look at that.
Now that was when he was much younger, correct?
He was about 7, I believe.
You mentioned something about headaches for a week. You took him to the doctor. Was there a time where he had a headache issue?
Yeah, he was getting really bad headaches that we couldn't figure out what it was.
When was that?
Started young, probably around 5 years old, and he kept complaining. The doctors didn't really see anything. We even got an x-ray of his head to see if there was any bumps.
Does it check his irrelevance when he's 5 or 6 years old?
I was asking, I didn't know when it was. I was just asking if she got a medical.
But it's gone on through the years.
Okay, and
Okay, go ahead.
So then we found out that he needed glasses. So
go ahead,
around 8 or 9, we got him glasses, and that didn't work. He got x-rays done for dental in middle school. We found out he had a severe underbite, which was causing tension in the back of his neck. So we got him braces in 8th grade, and once he had his braces, that seemed to fix the headaches.
Okay. Now, with the braces, was that an easy process?
No.
Why not?
Because he's horrible at brushing his teeth. He wouldn't use the water pick we got him. He wouldn't brush properly. He would constantly get cavities in his braces, so we ended up taking the wires out because one time he had 13 cavities under the braces. And we're trying.
I'm sorry. Prior to him getting braces, did he ever have cavities?
Yeah, he had a few.
Okay, but did the braces? Was it more after the braces?
Yeah, because he wasn't brushing properly around his braces, so he was getting them under, and we had to get the wires removed and take them to get those filled until we could get the wire put back on.
Okay, so it was like an off and on procedure.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to go through some exhibits for you that the defense has proposed as exhibits B through XX, and I'm going to ask. I wanted to add one more on as YY.
Judge, counsel's proposed a number of exhibits appear to be from Facebook, not from a Subright extraction, but from Facebook. Some predate the incident by years. So as far as relevance, Judge, I don't mind any exhibits around the date of the offense or even the relevant time periods, spring of 2021. But prior to that, it doesn't appear to be relevant.
Your Honor, they have the specific pictures I was using since October. The specific pictures, isolated, not all the pictures, but specific pictures I was using. They never filed a motion to exclude any of those.
They don't have to, right? Okay, so we'll go exhibit by exhibit. I haven't seen any of the exhibits, so they obviously will be treated differently.
One at a time.
Okay, Your Honor, would you like me to bring you the hard copy, and then if the exhibit's okay, we can put it on the screen?
Yeah, if it's admitted, we'll put it on the screen.
Okay, and I did them just.
They have a copy. Three copies of all these. Right? Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen any of them, so.
And I've actually had them redacted and then sent the redacted version to cut out the faces of any minors.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to bring the court what's been marked as B through, this is YY if it's admitted, B through YY.
So
May I
all of them.
approach?
Sure.
All the pictures.
Thank you.
Okay. Now B is I have a little bit of a problem because I was going to have my client hold those, so I don't put them on the screen because I don't know which ones, if any, the prosecution will stipulate to. So
I can give you stuff.
Okay, so the first proposed exhibit is B. It's several pages. It shows thumbnails throughout the years so the jury can see the variety of things posted on. Because the prosecution introduced text messages.
How many pages is B?
I believe it's 14. They're just like
Okay, so she has
thumbnails.
to have the picture.
I'm not going to go
lay
through
the
each
foundation for
thumbnail
the
either.
picture, so the witness can lay that. So the witness has to see it before the jury sees it. Lay the foundation. Ask to
I'm just wondering.
Ask to have it shown, and then the jury can see it.
It's C.
So she needs more
Exhibit
copies
C.
than she has. Lots of sunset
Exhibit
pictures.
C would be the next exhibit. Okay. Do you recognize what the court has just handed you?
Yes.
Okay. What is in Exhibit B? What does it appear to be?
These are pictures I've posted on Facebook.
Okay. And there's a lot of them. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Are those are all the pictures you posted on Facebook? They're not from any? They're from the whole period, correct?
Well, what's the period?
Well, when did those start and go through?
The cameraman's curious. He can't wait. He's like, I want to see them
I would
now.
say mainly 2000.
Is there
20?
any dates on that copy?
I'm
There's
just-
no dates on my copy.
I don't think there's any dates.
I can tell by the. Looks like from 2020 to 2021.
Now, do you post on Facebook a lot?
I do.
Like way too much?
I do.
Okay, so I am not going to go through every Facebook post you've made. You understand that, right?
Way too much.
Okay. Would this exhibit give the jury an idea of what you post about
There's a sorry in
generally
there,
if they
too.
just took a look at the variety of pictures?
Yes.
I have to object as to relevance. Again, it's from the time period that's relevant, I have no objection to these coming in. But even the defendant doesn't know with specificity when these were taken.
She says they start in 2020.
She thinks.
No, I know.
And there's no dates on there. Yeah, you'll have your turn. There's no dates on there. And if it's from the spring of 21 onto the shooting event, that's fine.
Your Honor,
That's
the
the time we talked
prosecution has
about.
made it sound like...
Okay, well, you specifically asked that you guys have to talk at the same time.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I did.
All right, so
So B appears to be a thumbnail version of pictures. The rest of the exhibits are pictures with dates next to them.
okay.
And that might be the best way to go through which ones are from the right date and which ones aren't.
Okay, well, date-wise, this happened November 30th, 2021.
That's right.
And things have been put into evidence with regard to the defendant and the shooter as early as April of 2021. March. Okay, so.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I believe they've gone back longer in terms of some of the testimony that's come out.
Well, I guess I was going to say that. So I don't think that the pictures starting in 2020 are that remote. I don't know if there's any. I don't know if there's anything amongst those pictures that is particularly problematic. It's hard to look at them all, but the time frame in and of itself, I think, is appropriate.
There are some, just so the court's aware, there's 20 posts from 2017, 2019.
Wait,
Those are in the following ones where I did picture by picture. So those will go through after this exhibit.
This exhibit B
is 2020 and 2021.
Okay, so just with regard to the time frame itself, I think the time frame is close enough in time. So I'm going to overrule an objection with regard to the mission of those pictures just based on the time frame.
All right.
But there's a lot of little pictures, so I I don't know if any.
No, it's fine. We can go exhibit by exhibit.
You guys, we've got a lot of new
I
people
said we
here
can go
in chat
exhibit by
that
exhibit.
don't understand. We're a nice, kind chat here. No name calling's allowed. You'll find yourself timed out.
Pictures and defendants exhibit D.
That's just not what we do here. You're welcome to share different opinions, but please do it in a respectful way. We don't make negative comments about people's looks. We don't call them names. It's, we're better than that. You're making our mods work overtime.
It's the relevant dates was the objection.
Okay.
Okay, so Mrs. Crumbley, the jury is going to get these if they want to sit and look at all of them. Okay, I don't want to go through all of them. There ends up being pages and pages. What are all of these?
The ones that are on the screen right now is Christmas of 2020 with the 2 white dogs and us posing in front of the Christmas tree.
I'm just trying to get like an over idea of topics that are in the photos.
Animals, us going on vacations at the Sleeping Bear Sand Dunes, Leelanau, camping, holidays, more camping, horses, garden, my home stuff, cooking, more camping pictures.
All the black boxes are covering up juveniles.
We got a bathroom remodel, another Christmas picture.
Okay. And so these pictures give an idea of the variety of things you posted?
Yes.
Okay. So if your Facebook messages appear to have more discussion of horses, how would you characterize the amount of horses on Facebook compared to the rest of your life?
Over the last couple of years, more. It was hard getting a picture of my son as he got older. He didn't like me taking pictures of him. But yeah, between 2020 up until end of 21, there was a lot of pictures of horses.
Okay, I'm going to unplug this and move to Exhibit C.
You want me to get this to her?
This goes back to 2019. I just put like 1 or 2 pictures from that year as Exhibit C. Well, C and D. And so if the court just wants to let me know what.
C. Okay, so C and D. You can identify this picture, correct?
Yes.
What's in C? What's the date of it?
It is June 26, 2019.
Okay. And,
this is her son with the cat. Right?
What is that? What is it a picture of?
It's a picture of my son holding his chinchilla.
Okay.
Looks like
and
a
then
cat.
what about picture, let's see here, D.
Do you need the date?
Yeah, what's the date?
It's August 9th, 2019.
Okay, and what's the picture of?
My son petting our horse.
Okay.
Judge, it's fine. I don't have any problem with either.
Okay, C and D are admitted?
Yeah, the rest of them.
The rest of them?
All of them?
Yep.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank you.
So now we can
Okay,
just show
so,
them
Okay, then you would be talking about E through, I don't know if it's just pictures, there's some others. This goes to XX, so.
And I'm sorry, it should go to YY because I added on just one more. So may I approach Mrs. Crumbley just to give her YY?
Okay, do you want me to give these to all of them?
Yes, and then
Okay.
we'll just go through each one.
Do you agree with all these exhibits or just the
Yes, we just need the dates identified, that's all.
We'll put those on the record.
Well, I'm not going to hand them to her if I need to look at them first, so.
I think they're not objecting to any of them, are they?
No.
Okay.
None.
Okay. So, Mrs. Crumbley, the jury's going to have access to these, so let's just go through them. We are going to identify the dates for the record, though, okay? So, going to exhibit, let's see here. This is C. What's the date on C?
That's June 26, 2019.
And what is that?
That's my son with his chinchilla.
Okay. Now, I'm going to go down to D. What's the date on that one?
That one's August 9th, 2019.
Okay, and what's going on in there?
That's my son with our horse.
Okay, I'm going to go to E.
That's his first day of 8th grade. That's August 26, 2019.
Okay, and it's fair to say that I just picked out, these are not all your posts, right?
Just, I don't want to keep it checking, but the form of the question has to be appropriate. Fair to say, this is a direct example.
I'm asking a really stupid question, but I'll ask it in a better way. Am I showing every photo from your Facebook page?
No.
You post more, or how about, do you post more photos than what we see?
A lot more.
Okay. We're not going to go through all of them though.
No.
Okay. So this is the first day of what? I'm sorry, last day of?
It's the last day of middle school. It's his first day of 8th grade.
Okay. I'm going to go down to F. What's been admitted is F. What date is that on?
October 11th, 2019.
Okay, and what's happening in that photo?
He just got his braces put on.
Okay. And let's go down to the next one, which is G. What's the date on G?
October 13th, 2019.
What's happening in G?
We're apple picking.
Okay. So these are just posts of events. Or things you're doing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, this one is older. It looks like, or maybe not older, but what's the date on this one?
November.
This is, I'm sorry, I'm on H. Okay, go ahead.
November 7th, 2019.
Okay, and we see your son in this picture on the left, correct?
Correct.
What's going on in this picture?
He's on his, it's the 9th grade Washington, D.C. trip with the school.
Okay, I'm going to go down to I. What's the date on I?
May 23rd, 2020.
And what's happening in that picture?
Can you scroll up a little bit? We're somewhere up north. I don't remember where, but we're on probably a camping vacation.
Okay, he doesn't look thrilled to be in the picture.
He doesn't like pictures.
Okay. Let's go down to J. What's the date of J?
May 23rd, 2020.
Who's in this picture?
It's my son and James.
Okay. I'm going to go down to K. This is a post you made?
Yes.
What date?
August 5th, 2020.
What are you showing there?
The house when we first bought it and the improvements we made so far.
Okay. So this is like a comparison before and after?
Yes.
All right. L, what's the date on L?
August 16th, 2020.
Okay, and there's a large black box out. What's under the box without saying who it is?
His friend.
Okay. So where are you guys in this picture?
Looks like we're up north.
Okay. Then we're going to go to M, and we're on September 28th. I'm sorry, what's the date of this picture?
September 28th, 2020.
Okay, what's this picture?
That's a picture of my son and our horse.
Okay. I'm going to N. What date is this?
October 23rd, 2020.
Okay, and what is this a picture of?
Something Ethan drew. Sorry, my son drew.
Okay, and why did you include this? Why did you post about that on Facebook?
Because he's always a really good drawer. He just draws all the time, and we got a lot of artists, actually tattoo artists in our family, a lot of good drawers. So said it was in his genes.
Okay, that's why you said art is in his genes. In
Correct.
the genes.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I'm going to O. What's the date on this one?
October 30th, 2020.
Okay, and what's going on here?
We are carving pumpkins for Halloween.
And there's a big black box.
That's his friend.
Okay. I am going down to P. What's the date on that one?
November 21st, 2020.
Okay, and who is around for this picture, even if you can't see them in the picture?
It's me and my husband and my parents. We're down in Florida over Thanksgiving.
And what is this that you're doing?
We're playing Dark Tower.
Okay. Did you guys play games with Ethan often?
Yes.
What games did you guys play?
We played Trivial Pursuit. We played What the Meme. We played Yahtzee. We played card games. We played a lot of Uno. The one with all the dice, Farkle, I think it's called. Yeah, Farkle. I don't know. We played a lot of games.
Okay, I'm gonna go down to Exhibit Q. What date's that?
That's November 24th, 2020.
Okay, and we see who's in the picture?
My husband and my son.
Okay, Exhibit S. What's the date?
January 22nd, 2021.
Okay, what's going on in R?
My son and his friend are playing Jenga.
Okay. S. Do you know the date on S?
Can you scroll up?
It's for some reason this one is different.
Well, it looks like it says February 25th, 2021.
And what's going on here? What's happening in February of 21?
They're at a bowling match.
Okay. Now let's go down to T. What's the date on T?
February 20. 6/2021.
And what's happening here?
My stepdaughter came up and visited from Florida, and that's my son with his arm around her.
Okay. And with these photos, again, are there, on your real Facebook profile, are there more photos, or is it just what we're seeing?
There's more.
Okay. So what's the date on this exhibit U?
May 15th, 2021.
Okay, and what's the point of this post? There's a couple pictures.
I was showing our backyard improvements that we've done since we bought the house.
Okay. And then let's go to V. What's the date on V?
May 16th, 2021.
What are you showing here?
Our garden.
Okay. Now, this is W. What's the date on W?
May 29th, 2021.
Okay, and who's that?
That's my son and Dexter, his kitten.
Okay. Dexter is mentioned in one of the tapes. Is that correct?
Yes.
How is Dexter mentioned?
When we were at the substation, I asked my son why, and he said, because I just did take care of Dexter for me.
So when he said take care of Dexter,
he's meaning his kitten.
X, what's the date on X?
May 29th, 2021.
Okay, and what's going on this date?
My son and Dexter just hanging out in his bed.
Okay, we're gonna go to Y. What's the date on this one? I'm sorry, I'm going too fast.
May 31st, 2021.
Okay, who's in this one?
My son and his kitten.
Okay. Z, what's the date on this one?
June 13th, 2021.
And where are you guys?
We're at Cedar Point.
Is this like a family trip?
Yes.
Did you guys do a lot of family trips?
Yes.
Okay. A lot of family trips during summer of 2021?
Yeah.
Okay. We're here in exhibit AA. What's that? Yikes, I bumped it. What's the date on this one?
June 26, 2021.
What are you showing here?
My garden.
Okay. This is exhibit BB. What date?
June 27, 2021.
Okay, and what are you doing there?
In the pool.
Did you guys go in the pool with your son often?
Yeah, he'd join us.
Okay, and then let's see here. We've got CC. Date?
July 4th, 2021.
What's going on here?
My son and his friend are playing badminton against my parents.
Okay, is this at your house?
Yes.
DD. Date?
July 11th, 2021.
Okay, what is this?
Me and my son and his friend we found a little spot off the Pollyant Trail, which runs through Oxford, and there was some weird big boy stuff going on, so we kind of walked around and checked it out.
Okay. Let's see here. EE. It looks like there's two posts on this date. What date is that?
That's July 30th, 2021.
Okay, and what's happening in these posts?
The first one I posted, my son and his friend were both passed out from a lot of hiking we did that day.
Okay, what about the next photo from...
Those are pictures of the campground that we were at.
Okay, and so you took, is it fair to say you had the friend on vacation?
Yeah, most of the time.
Okay. July 31st, I'm sorry, what's the date on this one? I'm on FF.
July 31st, 2021.
Okay, what is this?
We went to the Sleeping Bear Sand Dunes.
Okay, and where it says like plus 29, what does that mean?
There's 29 more photos that go along with that.
Okay, we're not going to show them all though. Okay. All right, we're going to GG. What's going on here? What's the date?
August 21st, 2021.
What are you guys doing August 21st, 2021?
My son and his friend were putting up a tent in our backyard and doing backyard camping.
Okay. What's the next one? You posted this on what date?
I posted on August 21st, 2021.
Okay, and what's the point of this post?
It was a memory from 3 years ago of my son, his friend, with our horse, and I was pointing out to my son's friend's mom that they were so small 3 years ago.
Okay. What about this one? What's the date on, let's see here,
August 25th, 2021.
Okay, what's this?
That's his first day of school.
Okay, what grade?
10th grade.
And let's go to JJ. What's this date?
August 29th, 2021.
Okay, what's going on in this picture?
me and my son were taking a picture for his old football coach. I tagged him in it. This is the only picture he would take with me, so he could say hi to his coach, Rope.
All right. What about date on this one, which is marked as KK?
September 6, 2021.
And what's going on there?
My son's leash training his kitten.
Do cats ever walk on a leash?
It wasn't successful.
Okay. Next picture, LL. What's the date?
September 18th, 2021.
That might be a soundbite.
Okay, and what are you doing here?
We rented a houseboat for the weekend, and my husband and I are walking around the outside on the dock and was sneaking pictures of the boys inside the houseboat playing card games.
Why were you sneaking pictures of them?
Because they wouldn't let us take any pictures of them.
Okay. Typical teenagers. All right, what's that date?
September 18th, 2021.
Okay, and what were the photos here?
I know it was the houseboat weekend. We went to Mackinac City, so I think it was something in Mackinac City.
Okay, and then the blacked out box, is that the friend?
I think it's the friend's parents.
The friend's, okay.
Oh no, the friend, but never mind. I saw. Never mind.
Okay, NN. What's the date on this one?
September 21st, 2021.
Okay, and what's this?
My son and Dexter sleeping.
And now we are at September 20. I'm sorry, what's the date on this one? I'm on 00.
September 26, 2021.
Okay. What does that show?
We were breaking up our side steps of the deck and planting a flower bed in the front of the house.
Okay. So we're in fall of 21, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. What's the date on this picture? I'm on PP.
October 3rd, 2021.
Okay, what's this picture? What are these pictures about?
We decorated our house for the Halloween.
Okay, and then let's go here to QQ. Date?
We're almost done, guys.
October
Just a few
9th, 2021.
And what's
YY
shown in
is the
this
last
picture?
Our front porch that we redid.
Okay, called it a makeover?
It was.
All right, and then let's go here to RR. What date is that?
October 15th, 2021.
Okay, and what are you doing there?
I was just showing what we've got so far with the paint job, remodeling the living room and dining room, basically.
Okay. Next one is SS. What's the date on this one?
October 25th, 2021.
Okay, what is this?
This was a text I sent to my son. Him and my husband were going somewhere, I don't remember. But I was just checking in. I said, you guys are okay? And my son made the comment, no, we're in the back van headed to Alabama. Because he's very sarcastic, and I found it funny, and I posted it.
Okay. Was he sarcastic more? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Explain the sarcasm.
I mean, that's an example of it right there.
Okay.
Yeah, he was always sarcastic, always messing around with us.
Okay. When you say messing around with you, we're gonna get to that when we talk about some other posts. Is that fair?
Okay.
Okay. So let's go down to this photograph. TT, what is this? What date?
That's October 29th, 2021.
Okay. And what are you doing?
That's where we're on the virtual reality playing Beat Saber.
Okay. And then this one, UU. Okay, what's the date on this one?
November 26th or 25th, 2021.
Okay, and what's going on here?
Thanksgiving.
Okay, Thanksgiving, is this Thanksgiving Day?
Yes.
So this would have been Thursday.
Correct.
Okay. We're going to talk more about the next couple of days more slowly, but I'm going to go through the pictures first, okay? And then I'm going to take them off the screen so we can talk a little more. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is this post? What's the date on this one, VV?
November 25th, 2021.
And what is this picture? What are these pictures showing?
Our family, my aunt and uncle, my cousin, her husband, and then me, James, and my son. And then it shows us playing dice.
Okay.
Or left, right, center.
Is this on Thanksgiving?
Yes.
All right. And then on WW, what day is this on?
That's November 26th, 2021.
Okay, and what were you guys doing on this day, November 26th, 2021, which is a day we're going to talk about in more detail?
We're cutting our Christmas tree down.
Okay, and then ultimately we have XX. what date is this?
November 27th, 2021.
Okay, so this would have been Saturday?
Yes.
And what's going on in this picture?
We got our Christmas decorations and everything out.
Okay.
They cut the tree down the day they bought the handgun.
Then we have YY. What day is this from?
November 26, 2021.
Okay, and what's happening in this picture?
My son and my husband are laughing at me because I dragged them around the whole tree farm to pick the tree. So they were finally happy it was over.
Okay, so that's YY, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm gonna close this for just a minute, and just make sure that exhibits B through YY were admitted.
They're admitted, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then the defense is only going to have one other exhibit, but we'll get to that one. Okay? Okay.
Is there another
So-
sorry in there?
Mrs. Crumbley, I want to go back and talk to you. We went through a lot of Facebook pages, obviously, or pictures. On Thanksgiving, who was at your house?
It was my aunt and uncle, my cousin, and her husband.
And what did you guys do, if anything, that night?
Well, they were there probably till about 7 or 8 o'clock. So we played left, right, center.
They drank a lot of whiskey.
Just the normal family stuff.
Did anything seem off or strange with your son?
No.
Was he spending time with family members, or was he in his room? What was he doing?
He was back and forth. He would come out and play games with us, or when it got to adult talk, he would go in his room and play his video games.
Now, we definitely saw a lot of his friend in the photographs. Were there other times where he would not have his friend with him?
Yeah, there were times.
Okay. Was he happy? Was he okay without his friend? How was he?
Yeah, I mean, most of the times it was just the three of us. It was usually out of state travel.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so on the day after Thanksgiving, what did you do that day?
I went shopping. I go shopping every year, day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday shopping. I wake up about 4 o'clock and I go shopping.
Okay, so where did you go that day, if you remember?
I usually go to Meijer, and then from there I'll head up to Marshall's and Lapeer, and then sometimes I will hit the, not Home Depot, the other home improvement store, Menards. I would hit Menards.
And on that date, when you went, it was the 26th, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you know, when you left your house, did you know what James and Ethan, your son, were going to be doing that day?
No, they were sleeping when I left.
Okay, when you got home, were they home, or were they where were they?
They weren't home.
Did they ever come home?
Yeah, I texted my husband and asked where you're at, and I believe he called me and told me that him and Ethan were at the Acme firearm store looking at guns.
Okay.
And then they came home from there.
Okay, did they purchase a gun that day?
They did.
Okay, the prosecution brought in exhibits showing the receipts, all of that. You weren't with them when they bought the gun, correct?
No, I was not.
Okay. You did post on Facebook a photo of the gun. We saw the post, correct?
Correct.
And in the post that's been admitted already, you described it as your son's...
Wow, that was abrupt. Let's take a different feed here. Sorry.
Shooting range before, so they knew it was the type of gun, or the size gun, I guess what it is, that
was
they wanted to get. And my son and my husband did a lot of texting back and forth.
President's
My son
plane.
did a lot of research on it, and they're comparing
Unexpected
different ones
airliner.
that they wanted to buy.
Full throttle.
That went on for a couple months.
Good morning.
My husband just kind of kept blowing it off, like, not right now. And then I guess when I was out shopping, they said, well, let's go try on Black Friday, see if we can get one on sale, or if there's any deals going on.
Okay, so they ultimately did get one?
Right.
Now, did you object? Did you say, I don't want that gun in the house? Anything like that?
No, I was more angry that they cut into our Christmas tree time. Usually cut my Christmas tree down right after I get back from shopping, but I had to wait for them. So I was irritated at that.
When they came home, did they show you the gun?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you guys do?
They just showed me it was on the kitchen counter, and then my husband put it up, and we went to the Christmas tree farm.
What do you mean by put it up?
He put it back in the case with the cable lock and back in the bedroom.
Okay, let's talk about just guns overall. This jury needs to understand some details, okay? If I ask a question you don't know what I'm talking about, let me know. Because are guns your thing?
Not really, no.
Okay, but do you have awareness about guns within your home?
I do.
Okay, who is responsible for storing the gun?
My husband is.
Okay, explain why you say he's responsible for that role.
I just didn't feel comfortable being in charge of that. It was more his thing, so I let him handle that. I didn't feel comfortable putting the lock thing on it. I just rather not let him do it.
And I think in one of the messages that was admitted with Brian, you called it a string lock?
Yeah.
Okay, do you understand now it's a cable lock?
I do.
Okay. So were there ever any times where you would take the cable lock off or put it on?
No.
Now, there were, prior to buying that gun, did James own any other guns?
He did.
How many?
2.
And by 2, the jury has seen the Derringer and the Kel-Tec. Were those the other 2?
Correct.
Okay, so those are the other 2 guns. How were those stored?
They were stored in a safe.
Okay, and was that different than the 9mm?
It was.
Okay, explain to the jury the difference.
We had a gun safe, so when they bought the 2 other guns, they transported the 2 other guns into the gun safe. And then everything else, well, I don't know. Everything went, like the cable lock and the other case went somewhere. The 9mm was in a case, but it was locked it was in the case locked with a cable lock.
Okay, and how, the cable lock that was on the 9mm, what did you have to use to get the cable lock opened?
A key.
Okay, did you have possession of the key?
No.
Okay, where was the key?
I collected German beer steins, so it was in one of the beer steins.
Where are those located?
Throughout the house. We have them on top of there's a ledge over the refrigerator in our kitchen. So they go from wall to wall. Then we had corner shelves in our house that had them. We had a lot.
Okay, did you know which particular beer stein the cable lock key was in?
No.
Do you know if your son knew which beer stein it was in?
No.
What about ammunition for the 9mm? Was there any bought on the 26th when the weapon was purchased?
No.
Okay, so that day we saw, obviously, your Facebook post. You describe it as your son's gift. Did he have free access to that gun?
No, it was for him to use at the shooting range only.
Was he allowed to take it out?
Not without my husband around.
Did he know where it was kept?
Beer steins.
My husband hid it usually in our bedroom in different spots.
Okay. What was the intention of hiding it?
That's just what you're supposed to do.
Okay. And when it was hidden, was it locked in any way?
It had the cable lock on it.
Okay. And you again testified about the key being in a beer stein?
Correct.
Would the beer stein be right by the cable lock? Or?
No.
Okay, so where would the beer stein be?
It would probably be in one of the ones in the kitchen.
Okay, so the key's out there, and then you've got did you know where the gun was hidden in your room on November 26th when you put it away?
No.
Okay, on November 27th, we saw the whole video of you going to the shooting range with Ethan, correct? Or with your son, correct?
Correct.
Okay, on that day, we see in the video that you carry the gun case into the gun range, right?
Correct.
Okay, how did the gun get to the gun range?
Well, my husband had got it ready for me and put it in the back of my car, and
What does that mean? Got it ready for
took
you?
the cable lock off. I guess I put the magazine things in the case and put it in the back of my car, and then I drove with my son to the shooting range with the gun in the back of my car. That's how it got there.
Okay. Did you see him or watch him take the cable lock off that day?
No.
Why not?
I think I was just doing something else. I didn't pay attention.
Okay, so when you got to the gun range, we saw in the video you carried to the counter. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. The jury's seen all this, 5 bullets, and then you guys go shooting, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We obviously see you and your son. That shows the whole experience while you're there.
Correct.
Okay. So while you're there, how interested were you in shooting that weapon?
I shot it a couple times. I don't know. Shooting's kind of boring. I'm more like skeet shooting, where actually something's going on. So I shot it a couple times, and he did the rest.
Okay. And did you end up posting something about it being a Mother's-Son Day?
I did.
How did you feel about that day?
It was a fun day. He asked me if I wanted to go to the shooting range with him, and he's never asked me, just me, to go before. My husband was doing DoorDash, and I felt good about it.
How many times had you been to the shooting range before that day?
Once.
And when you went the one other time, who else was present?
My husband.
So this was the first day you're the only adult going?
Correct.
Okay, so we see obviously in the video you carry the gun in the case out. Did it have the cable lock on at that point?
No.
Okay, so what did you do from there?
This is when we're leaving?
Yeah.
I put the gun in the back of my vehicle and drove.
Explain where in the back of your vehicle.
So in the back of the SUV, it has a little thing that opens up where the spare tire is. I put it under there.
Okay, and then where did you go?
I went home.
And did you take the gun in the house?
No, I took the bullets in the house and hid them, and my husband took the gun in the house when he got home from work.
Okay, so was there a period of time that the gun was not in the home but in your car?
Yeah, probably for a couple hours.
Okay, why is that?
I just don't feel comfortable with it. I don't. That's his thing.
Okay, so on that Saturday, it was left in the vehicle, and your vehicle was locked.
Correct.
Do you know if the gun was brought into the house and put away?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know that?
My husband told me.
Okay.
Yep.
Did you watch him do anything in terms of putting it away, or if you didn't, just let me know.
No, I didn't.
Okay. The next day is Sunday, correct?
Correct.
And on that day, was there any? Do you recall any issues with the weapon? Any issues with the gun?
No.
Okay. Now, when the next day is Monday, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. What did you do on Monday?
I went to work.
Okay. And on Monday, we heard the voicemail you got. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Describe for the jury overall what happened or what you were dealing with that day.
I received a voicemail on my phone while I was at work. It was Pam Fine, one of the school counselors, calling to let me know that my son was looking at bullets in class. She let me know that they had a meeting with my son and that he said what he was doing was wrong, admitted responsibility. They gave him an example about teachers, even they brew beer at home, shouldn't be looking it up in school, and it was kind of upbeat. And then she ended up with, he understood. He went back to class. Just want to let you know. If you have any questions, please give us a call. Have a good holiday.
Okay. And on that day, did you call Miss Fine back?
No, I did not.
What was your reaction to getting that message?
It was pretty black and white. She said what happened. They seemed like they solved the problem, and I didn't have any questions.
Okay. So on that date, did you end up saying anything to James about it?
I believe I did.
Did you say anything to your son about it?
I did.
What did you? And I think we saw text messages. You said, next time, don't get caught.
Yeah, I said seriously looking up bullets in school, and then he went through a couple of texts about teachers looking at his stuff, and he was worried about he was going to get in trouble. And then I said, next time, don't get caught.
What did you mean by that?
So there's an ongoing thing in our house. Someone would always ask me the trouble I would get in high school because I was a little bit of a troublemaker because I always got caught. Like all my friends could be doing the same thing and I'd be the one to get caught. So it was kind of referencing to that.
Okay. So you said that, and did you feel you had to discipline him or do anything beyond talk to him about it?
No, we talked. I listened to the voicemail and that was that.
Okay. Now, I'm going to go back for a couple minutes to talk to you about some exhibits the prosecution introduced. from earlier in the year, okay? So I'm going to start with what's been admitted as exhibits 155 through 160, okay? I'm going to pop them up on the screen and we're going to just talk about each one briefly. So I'm going to go to 155.
Defense is doing a good job on direct questioning. It could get really ugly on cross, though.
Okay, plug my...
Not sure if we're going to get to cross this afternoon or not. Probably get to cross, I think.
I'm sorry. It's not, I have to plug it in. Okay, so I'm going to start with 155, okay? This was already admitted, so we're not going to belabor this, okay?
Oh, no, she doesn't have a picture of that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it's not necessarily your fault. This one isn't coming out. Okay.
There it is. Okay, so we've already talked about this with other witnesses, so I'm going to go a little bit faster. If you need me to slow down, let me know.
Okay.
Okay. This is Miss DeRiker's email with her and Sean Hopkins. She's telling him, when you get a chance, can you call your son down and see how he's doing? He's failing my class, tries to sleep all the time in class. Sean responds, I'll catch him by the end of the day. Thanks, just a little worried. And that's that. You heard testimony about that, correct?
Correct.
Were you ever aware there was a time where your son was failing a class and trying to sleep all in capital letters all the time in class?
I can't remember what class director was, so I'd probably be aware if he was failing that class from Power School, but I was not aware that he was sleeping all the time.
So did anyone from the school let you know in May of 2021, hey, he's sleeping in class and failing?
No.
Okay,
So
that
now
was
they go from
exhibit
blaming the dad
155.
to blaming the school.
And would that show up on Power Schools? That the emails between them?
No.
Okay, exhibit 166. This is from September 8th, 2021. It starts off with an email from Miss McConnell to Sean Hopkins. It says, can you please touch base with Ethan Crumbley? In his autobiography poem, he said he feels terrible and that his family is a mistake. Unusual responses for sure. He writes back, thanks for the heads up. I'm in senior meetings throughout the day. I'll try to catch up with him. Were you aware this was ever a discussion or an issue?
No.
Were you aware that Mr. Hopkins ever talked to or tried to talk to your son?
No.
Did anyone ever call you to make you aware of any of this?
No.
If you heard this, how would you react, or what would your reaction be?
I'd be definitely concerned why he feels like his family's a mistake and he feels terrible. So that would be a concern to me.
Okay. So this is something you were unaware of?
Correct.
And in fact, when did you find out these emails existed?
When we started getting discovery.
Okay, so in this case?
Correct.
All right, so I want to go to 157. This is on November 10th of 2021. This is Miss McConnell sends Sean a message. Ethan Crumbley is having a rough time right now. We may need to speak with you. Sean writes back, I'm sorry I was in a meeting through the end of the day. I'll catch up with him. Were you ever made aware that there was some issue on November 10th where your son was having a rough time?
No.
Did anyone from the school ever let you know?
No.
Did you ever see anything like this prior to us getting materials in this case?
No.
If you heard your son was having a rough time, what would you do to follow up?
I would talk to my son, find out what's going on.
Okay. And I am going to minimize these for 1 second. I want to go back to some other dates that were discussed and exhibits were admitted. And I'm going to go back to March 20th. I'm sorry. Let's go in order. So March 16th of 2021, the prosecution has admitted exhibits 85, 86, 85 through 94, and let's see here. 85 shows you guys are making plans, and you say, I'm going to get drunk and ride my horse. Can you explain to the jury what you meant by that? And I'll get it up on the screen.
I was going to have some drinks and ride my horse. It was St. Patrick's Day.
I'm sorry, that's on the
17th, right?
March 17th.
Okay, the 16th, though. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Okay, so explain that again. So let me get it up on the screen because I'm messing up. Okay, 85. Okay, so 85, I'm sorry, you're right. So on page 85, 432 is the page number. You write, I'm going to get drunk and ride my horse. What was your plan that night?
I was going to have a couple drinks and go for a trail ride with my horse.
Okay, did you do that night?
Yes.
And on People's Proposed Exhibit 86, or their admitted exhibit, this was a text thread between you and your son. Let's see here. This is a text where the prosecution admitted to show that your son texted you, okay, the house is now haunted. What time was that text at?
It says 6:03.
Okay.
I don't know if it says -4. I don't know what that means.
Okay. And then the next text, some weird shit just happens and now I'm scared. Next one, I got some videos and a picture of the demon is throwing bowls. I'm not joking, it fucked up the kitchen. I'm just going to be an outsider for a while. Can you at least text back? Okay, do you recall this day on March 17th, 2021?
It didn't stick out to me until this whole... No, I don't recall it exactly. I just remember it ever since we got discovery on this case.
Okay, so on March 17th, there was a point when did you ever see these texts?
I probably didn't. Not that time.
Do you recall seeing these texts at any point prior to this case?
I'm sure I did, but they weren't. No, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure I saw them, but they just didn't stick out to me until this case.
Why didn't they stick out to you?
Because it wasn't anything that was anything serious. It was Ethan just messing around.
You got to explain to the jury, how did Ethan mess around?
So he's been convinced our house has been haunted since 2015. It was built in 1920. Around that time frame, him and his friend would go down to the basement and play a Ouija board. So they thought we had a house ghost. So it was around that time when he would mess with us that things were going on in the house. Silverware was flying across the room. Doors were slamming. He actually took a video of the door and showed me when I got home. And you can clearly see where he's standing back with his phone, looking at the door that's open. You can see him walk up the door, and you can kind of see him slam it, and him trying to say, "See, our house is haunted." So it was that kind of stuff that he did.
Okay, and did that continue on into 2021 when you'd get messages like this?
Only a couple of times, but I think he just got over it. Like, it wasn't. He got bored with messing around with the ghost. So.
Did you mess around with him?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do to him?
When they were downstairs in the basement playing Ouija board one night, I went and flipped the circuit breaker off in the house, and he thought it was the ghost they conjured up on the Ouija board.
Did James ever mess around with you or with Ethan?
Yeah, a little bit.
Give us an example of what he did.
He said a lamp fell off a ledge in the basement, and so he named the ghost Victoria, so he was convinced there was another house ghost. So just kind of like an ongoing, like, our house ghost, we called it. My son named it Boris Johnson. My husband named it Victoria. It was just a little phase.
Was there ever a time where James pretended he got electrocuted?
Yes.
What did he do?
We were remodeling our living room, and he was taking the old ceiling fan down and having to figure out what wires go where to the new ceiling fan. And as he was reaching up, he pretended to get electrocuted, and he fell on the ground and was shaking, and I ran up and I kicked him. I don't know why I kicked him, but I did. And then he stopped, and I realized he was joking, and my son had the phone recording the whole time.
So this kind of stuff between you, your son, and your husband was like typical joking around kind of stuff.
It was.
Okay, so when you look back at these texts now, and you see that there's a demon throwing bowls and things like that, now looking back, do you think, oh my gosh, he had mental issues?
No.
What do you think was going on?
Just what I said, that it was just him messing around. He only did it when we weren't at home, and it was for a short period of time, and then he got bored.
Okay. So on that date, the prosecution admitted all kinds of stuff to show you were with your horse, and James was with your horse, correct?
Correct.
And you guys were with your horse?
Correct.
How long would you have been out there? What was a typical trip to the barn?
Usually about 3 hours. It takes about a half hour to get the horses tacked up and ready. We usually rode for about an hour, and then anywhere from a half hour to 45 minutes to cool them down.
And with respect to the horses, did you and James go out there? Did you go every day?
No.
How did that work? Who went? How did you guys pick?
Whoever felt like going or had the most availability. Sometimes I'd work late, past 6 o'clock at night. I couldn't go. There's nights that my son had to go to bowling that had taken him. Whatever happened that day, we just say, I'm going, or you're going, or it just was a day-by-day thing.
Okay, so I'm going to skip ahead. This has been admitted as Exhibit 84. This goes to March 8th and 9th. Okay, do you remember talking about those dates?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Now, on those dates, the prosecution admitted Exhibit 84, which is up on the screen. These are texts between James and you, and it looks like you're saying you're going to have to skip the barn tonight. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And then you ask, is Ethan going to bowling?
Correct.
James says IDK. What does that mean?
I don't know.
All right. And you ask him about that. Okay, and I want you to describe, what are you doing in these text messages up on the screen here, these 4 in a row?
Can you go back to the green one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I got it now. I was just texting him, asking him if he was home from school yet.
Okay.
And if he had his phone on him.
So you're texting...
I think, looking at this, we must have gotten into an argument about his grades and took his phone away the night before, which is why I was asking if he had his phone on him.
Is it common for you to text repeatedly about someone? Are you home? Where are you?
Yes.
Okay, so in your messages, is it fair to say we're going to see that a lot from you?
Yes.
Okay. Your husband wrote back, he does not get home till 3:16. Did you know what time Ethan got home every day?
I knew it was after 3, like shortly after. I wasn't sure to the minute.
Okay, well then you wrote, I told you to pick him up because he's upset and I don't want him to do anything stupid, goddammit. What did you mean by that?
I don't know, just if he walked home, I was worried if he was upset, he would just walk to Little Caesars or Frosty Boy and not let us know, and then I'd worry, or he'd take the route through, there's some kind of woodsy area to get to the trail to our house, and there's some homeless people that live back in there. It was just more or less, I was just worried about him just not wanting to come home because we got an argument the night before.
So when you say, I don't want him to do anything stupid, were you worried he'd hurt himself or anything like that?
No.
And James responds, dude, chill, he is fine, and I am trying to fucking work. Your next question, does he have his phone? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then he says he won't answer while he's walking. The exhibit speaks for itself. And then you start up with, I'm seriously freaking out. Is he home yet? And then it looks like a blank message. Yeah. Why are you freaking out so much?
Because he didn't tell me he was home. So, and I think he must have, I don't know, did something with work. I couldn't get a hold of him. So it was like, why can't I get a hold of you? Why can't I get a hold of anybody?
Okay. Did this concern you ultimately that something happened that day, or did this get resolved?
I think he just got home and that was it.
Okay. Now, the next day, which would have been the 9th, you and James, we can agree, went to the barn together that day, correct?
Correct.
The prosecution provided a picture, GPS exhibits, phone data exhibits, correct?
Correct.
All right. On that day, we agree you guys are at the barn together.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to go to the prosecutor's exhibit 82 that was admitted. Okay. and you send him a message to Ethan that says, where are you? Or Ethan sends you a message that says, I'm sorry. You send a message to Ethan saying, where are you? At 3:17 and 32 seconds, UTC -5, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then Ethan sends you all these texts. Can you get home now? I think that someone's in the house. Someone walked into the bathroom and flushed the toilet, left the light on. I thought it was you, but I came out, no one was home. There is no one in the house, though. Dude, my door just slammed. Maybe it's just my paranoia. But when are you going to get home? Okay, what was going on that day?
So if you go back to the beginning of the thread.
Okay.
Is it the beginning? So you can see the time on there. That was the time I'd be driving home from the barn. And when I got home, he was asking me why I didn't answer the text, and he said the weird stuff was going on in the house again, and that was that.
Okay, when you walked in, do you recall discussing these messages with him?
It was mainly, I've been trying to text you, why don't you answer? And I told
he
him,
said that, or you said that?
He said that.
Okay.
And I told him I was driving home, I wasn't looking at my phone.
So why weren't you looking at your phone, or what's going on with your, did you have a signal? Do you not have a signal? What's happening?
I could have had a signal, I don't know. I probably just had my phone in the front seat of the passenger side and didn't look at it.
Okay. When you're out at the barn, do you get every text that people send you?
No.
What's your signal like out there?
I have Metro PCS, so it's not as good as somebody had AT&T and Verizon, but there's very limited spots at any barn I've been at where there's any type of signal. Usually you have to find the one spot you'll see everybody standing at talking on the phone, but it's not all over the barn.
What about on the roads to the barn?
So that barn we were at, it was between Oxford and Groveland area. So all those roads, once I passed the market, there's no signal until I got to a fire station. Then I have a signal, and then once I pass the fire station, I wouldn't have a signal. Then I hit a grocery store, I'd have a signal. Once I got past the grocery store, all the way to the barn, I had no signal.
Looking back on these texts now from March 9th, okay, seeing him say, there's someone in the house, I think. Someone walked in the bathroom and flushed the toilet, left the light on. Do you think he was having mental issues that day?
No.
What do you think, what is your conclusion about these messages at this time?
He was just messing with us.
Okay. Is this the kind of messing you previously talked about?
Yes.
All right. I want to go to March 20th. This is People's Exhibits 96 through 100. They established on this date you're out at the barn. This is you, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And another picture of you.
Yep.
And we've got data showing that you were out there, correct? Okay. And there's a text message exchange that was admitted as People's 96. I'm going to put that up on the screen for you, okay?
Okay.
So in People's 96, this is between you and your son, correct?
Correct.
He says, can you at least text back? You're asking, where's your dad? Text me when you're done yet? And he starts up with, I finished picking up the room. I cleaned until clothes started flying off the shelf. This stuff only happens when I'm home alone. I picked the clothes back up though. That's at, it looks like 2:34, and we may be off by an hour or so because it's that UTC. This one's -4. Your next text is jumping in shower, text your dad if I don't respond. And your text, no matter what the time zone is 6 hours later. Do you recall getting these texts?
It's 2 days.
Messages?
It's 2 days and 6 hours later.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. 2 days and 6 hours. So do you recall, though, getting these couple on the 20th about, I finished picking up the room, I cleaned until clothes started falling off the shelf. Do you recall that?
Only when we got discovery.
Okay. Now, looking back on these days, are you thinking, oh my God, he thought things were happening that were crazy?
No.
Do you think anything of it now?
No.
What do you think is happening in those messages?
I just think he was messing with us.
Okay, so those are 3 times where you guys are at the ranch and he's messing with you. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And at that time, that was months and months before November. It was in March. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So beyond March, was there other times where he was saying these goofy texts and messing around?
No, I don't think so.
So there's two more dates I need to ask you about. I'm going to go to April 4th, which was a Sunday, and that is going to be exhibit that was admitted 101, okay? So exhibit 101 are text messages, and these are between, who are these between?
Those were between my son and his friend.
Okay. Now, prior to this case, did you ever see any of these messages?
I did not.
Were you aware any of them existed?
I was not.
Okay, so this is from April 4th, and your son's saying, he's the one sending messages that say, I hear people talking to me and someone in the distance. I actually asked my dad to take me to the doctor yesterday, but he gave me some pills and told me to suck it up. Like, it's at the point I'm asking to go to the doctor. Was there ever a time where he asked to go to the doctor around this time?
I don't think so, no.
Then he says, my mom laughed when I told her. Was there ever a time where he's asking for help and you're laughing?
No.
He writes to his friend, and this is just later that night, but I'm having bad insomnia and paranoia, and I need help. I was thinking of calling 911 so I could go to the hospital, but then my parents would be really pissed. Okay, so this is all one long conversation. Is that right?
Correct.
He says, I'm going to ask my parents to go to the doctors tomorrow or Tuesday again, but this time I'm going to tell them about the voices. This text message or instant message thread, were you even aware of this?
No.
Do you remember any time where he came and talked to you and said anything about hearing voices?
No.
Do you recall there ever being a time where he asked you to go to a doctor or to get help and you said no?
No.
Or laughed at him?
No.
So when you see these texts with his friend, do you have any idea, and if you don't, that's fine, do you have any idea what he's doing with his friend?
I don't have any idea.
Okay. Do you know if him and his friend messed around with each other like you and your husband do with him?
Judge.
I'm sorry.
Whoa, careful, careful.
You have to have personal knowledge.
When you were testifying earlier, you mentioned that your son and his friend would play within a Ouija board. Is that right?
Right.
When did that happen or in relation to 2021?
I know he got the Ouija board for Christmas of 2020. So for a few months after that, they were really into playing it, and then they got bored with it. And it's probably sitting on our shelf getting dust.
Okay. On April 29th, I'm going to turn your attention to that day. Do you recall texting his friend's mother? And I'm going to put up exhibit 104 on the screen. Okay, do these texts look familiar to you?
They do.
Okay, who are these between?
These are between me and his friend's mom.
Okay, and you start off with my son is in bowling tonight. I just want to let you know, not sure if he needs a partner. Why are you texting that?
I don't know why he wasn't bowling tonight, off the top of my head, but they have partners on certain nights of the week, and so him and his friend were always partners, so I was letting her know that he wasn't going to be there.
Okay, and this is on one date, April 29th. Did you talk to her on other dates, or is this like the only time you talked to her?
We've talked back and forth quite a bit.
Okay. Now, on this date, you say he's been acting kind of depressed. I don't know what's going on. I'm not sure if there's something bothering him at school, but he doesn't really feel good. I can't get anything out of him. Friend's mom mentions he stayed home from school today, too. The only time they're happy is when they're together. Talking about grades. You mentioned, this is all new to me. I'm not used to my son being moody. He's usually pretty happy and will talk about anything. I do know he's been stressed about school and his grades. We called the school, but she wasn't in social do it tomorrow. I think his grades have a lot to do with it. I just got to a point where he's got so far behind and we were out of town. He's having difficulties making it up. Where were you guys out of town?
In Florida. My mother-in-law had passed away, so we were gone for a couple of weeks in the middle of April, taking care of funeral arrangements and everything.
And at this time, when you describe your son as being moody or depressed, did you think it was anything that warranted getting medical attention?
No, he was just being quieter. He's a quiet kid. He was just being quieter than normal. And I'd ask him if everything okay. He'd say fine, but I could just tell he was a little sad. And I thought maybe I didn't see his friend in a couple of weeks. I don't know if maybe they got into a fight and they weren't talking. So I was asking her if there was anything going on with his friend, which might have caused my son to be quieter than normal, but I think he was just really stressed out because those 2 weeks that we were in Florida, he got pretty far behind on his grades.
Okay, so then it goes on and you end up saying, yeah, me too, I'm glad they're getting along, and it wasn't an issue with those two as to why he was being depressed. The online school is horrible. I've given up too. I told him just to do his best, don't worry about it, next year's a new year. And then maybe if his friend is feeling better, he wants to come over to work, and then you're talking about shooting up a gun range in the backyard, correct?
Yeah, targets.
Okay, so did this issue of him feeling depressed or acting moody, this one period of time, did that go on or did that discontinue?
It discontinued. I mean, it was a little phase, and he seemed to be fine. Him and his friends started coming over more. I think it was more or less his friend wasn't coming over as much, and he just seemed quieter than normal.
And you guys were out of town. You had just been out of town,
right? Yeah, and he just lost his grandmother, so that was sad too.
Okay. All right, and then there was one other conversation that you had with his friend's mother that the prosecution introduced as Exhibit 105. I'm going to put that up, okay? So this is actually from. Let's see here. Starts off on I'm going to go to Halloween. So 10/31 of 21. You say to her, James filled me in on his friend last night. I'm so sorry you guys are having to make such a hard decision. Please let me know if you need anything. What was that about?
We had found out the day before Halloween that his son, my son's friend, went to Wisconsin to an OCD treatment school. We didn't know. We had Halloween plans, and we were texting with his friend's parents about his friend still coming over to carve pumpkins on Halloween because they do that every year, and then they go out and trick or treat. And we didn't hear from him, and all of a sudden my husband found out through his friend's dad that they drove to Wisconsin, and he's at an OCD treatment center for at least 90 days. So it hit us really hard because we didn't really expect it coming. He didn't expect it coming. It was hard.
Did you do anything different as a parent when his friend was taken away, essentially, to the hospital or the other school?
I don't understand.
Did you do anything different as a parent in terms of spending time with your son?
I mean, we did as much as we could.
Okay, tell us about that. Tell us about that month.
I think we did more family game nights than normal. He was working a lot.
That's the alarm on the door if you push it without the key card.
Make sure he's doing okay. That's when I started asking him, do you have friends at school that you can hang out with? And if so, you're more than welcome to invite him over.
Okay.
I was more on point of the fact that he was sad.
Okay. And even though he was sad, did you feel like there was anything where he needed help or needed mental health treatment?
No.
Was his loss of his friend being in his life anything that made you think he needed counseling or a therapist?
Not to that extent, no.
I'm going to unplug this so that we can go back through go to questions that don't involve exhibits, okay?
Thanks,
okay.
Ivan, for the super chat. take a break if you need some mental health time.
We were talking earlier about the mother-son gun range day, right?
Correct.
You've already told the jury how the gun was put in the car and taken out. Okay. Now, did you ever tell Brian Maloche about the mother-son day at the range?
I'm sure I mentioned it, yeah.
Did you ever tell Brian that the gun was in your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, when did you tell Brian that the gun was in your vehicle?
On the day I went to the shooting range.
Did you tell Brian you put the gun in your car the day the shooting happened?
No.
So when he testified to that, was that accurate?
No, I think he was confused.
Okay. Did you specifically tell him about the gun being put in your car that other time?
Yes.
Aside from that time that you drove to the range, was the gun ever in your car?
No.
Were you aware Brian had memory issues?
No,
Brian is the individual she had an affair with, the fireman. Katrina, thank you for the
Brian
super chat.
testified that he
AWOL,
never
thank
met
you for 5
Ethan.
memberships.
Later in his testimony, he said he did. Did he ever meet Ethan?
Yeah, a couple times at the barn.
Okay.
And we went, he came to our house, he helped deliver a big TV that we got, and my son was there.
Did you ever tell Brian anything about your son saying things or making you upset in any way like that?
No.
Did you ever tell Brian anything about he had mental health issues that you were worried about?
No.
So when we read your messages, which the prosecution admitted, the 77 pages, okay, it's fair to say the jury can read what you guys talked about and you reflect on all the, you talk about the past with Ethan, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the jury can read those. We don't need to go through those. You agree?
I agree.
Okay. So we got to Monday. Monday is 2 days after you guys go for the Mother's Sunday at the shooting range. Monday, Miss Fine leaves you the voicemail. We talked about that already. Talked about you talking to your son about it, right? Okay, I want to go to Tuesday, the 30th. Okay?
Okay.
Do you remember Tuesday the 30th?
I do.
And that day, we saw an exhibit of you going into work. That happened?
Yes.
And we heard lots of testimony already about you getting a call from Sean Hopkins.
Correct. He left me a voicemail and I called him back.
Okay. When you called back, Mr. Hopkins testified that he sent you something. What did he send you?
He sent me a copy of a math worksheet that had the scribbled out drawings on it.
Okay, and I want to ask you, the night before that scribbles out drawing thing came to you, did you have any interactions with your son?
Yes, we did.
What were those about?
I saw in Power School that he had an E in geometry, so we got in an argument again about his grades. We took his phone away and told him that he couldn't go to the shooting range until his grades were brought back up. Okay, so you guys had this argument the night before. We saw lots of messages where you thought everything was fine that Tuesday morning. Is that how you felt? Yeah.
Okay. So when you got that math paper texted to you, do you recall saying anything to Ethan on the phone, on speaker?
Yeah, I asked him why he did that.
Okay. What were you thinking at that point?
I was actually kind of angry because I thought he did that in like defiance of us yelling him about missing assignments, and here he is drawing pictures on an empty assignment page in geometry.
So you felt like it was specifically him sending you a message about the night before?
Yeah.
Is it fair to say you took it personally?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so what did you do?
I had asked Mr. Hopkins if he had the original, and then he sent it to my email, which then I opened up and looked at it, and it's like, okay.
What did you think when you saw that?
I was a little concerned. I was pretty concerned. He had asked for a parent to come to the school to meet with them, and at this time I tried calling my husband to see if he could go because he was out in the area working, and I couldn't get a hold of him, so I decided to go to the school. on the way to the school, he finally called me back and he met me at the school, so we went together.
Okay, and when you went into the school, what did you think was happening?
I thought he was going to get in trouble for what he drew on his assignment. I thought I was going to get, like, suspended. I was expecting, like, a disciplinary meeting.
Okay.
Didn't she
How
say
did you feel about what
emergency?
you saw on that paper?
James?
I felt concerned after seeing that.
Okay. And so we saw that you sent pictures of the math papers to Kira, to Andy, to Brian. It's fair to say you sent them around to people.
I did.
Okay, and to all those people, we've already seen all the exhibits. You expressed that concern.
Correct.
Okay, so what happens when you get to the school with you and James arrived separately? I think the detective testified that he was wrong at first, thinking you went together, but you guys were separate. Got there at the same time.
Correct.
Went in. What was it like walking into the meeting with Mr. Hopkins and Mr. Ejak? Who was there?
So when we first got there, Mr. Hopkins met us out in front of where the administration is and walked us back to his counseling office. When we walked in, it was just him, and then my son was sitting in a chair in front of his desk working on something on his laptop. So when he walked in, he kind of showed us where to sit, and then we shook hands, introduced himself, and started the meeting.
Did you try to hug Ethan or do anything like that?
I didn't.
Okay. And when, how did that meeting go?
It was pretty nonchalant. It was pretty brief. He started to tell. He basically filled me in on what my son and him were talking about for the last hour and a half. He said that my son told him that he was feeling sad over the death of a dog that we had. My mother-in-law lost his friend. So we talked a little bit about that. We confirmed it. We just said we agreed it was hard on him. He told us that he didn't feel my son was a risk, and actually gave him the option if he wanted to stay at school or go home. My son wanted to stay at school, so we all discussed that.
Did you feel like you were taking the position of I am leaving him at school whether he can be here or not?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Were you surprised or were you not surprised? Did you have any feelings about whether or not he could stay at school?
I didn't really. I thought the advice that they were giving us was a good advice. We talked about him being sad, and then he said being around peers usually helps. So we all agreed to that. My son gets very stressed out when he does virtual school, so we agreed that it might stress him out more to do his school remotely the rest of the day. But there was never a time where I would refuse to take him home. I could easily, if he wanted to go, take him with me. I had no issues with that.
Okay, so ultimately, did you take a paper from the school?
The counseling papers, yeah.
Okay.
There was a stack, like maybe 10 sheets with multiple counselors listed on them.
Okay. And were you planning to do anything with that sheet?
Yeah, actually, we were going to start. I gave it to my husband out in the parking lot, and I told him I had phone calls at work the rest of the day, so I told him to start making calls once he got done doing his DoorDash.
Okay. Now, the prosecution introduced and admitted an exhibit, which was a search off of Yahoo about clinical depression treatments. Do you recall ever Googling, but do you recall ever searching that topic?
I don't, and I don't usually use Yahoo as a search engine. I always use Google, so I don't know. I don't recall it, no.
Okay. Do you recall how or if you ever saw anything on Yahoo about clinical depression?
I don't remember specifically seeing anything. I might have looked at something when my husband was going through a really hard time after his mother passed away. He was he was drinking a little bit more than usual, and you just tell he wasn't right. So I might have looked at something at that time, seeing if he was depressed, but not. I don't know where Yahoo came from.
You don't know how the Yahoo came to be? Okay. When you're on Facebook and Instagram and all those things, do you ever hit the clickbait stuff?
Sometimes on accident. Sometimes I do on purpose.
Okay, so that search on Yahoo, you don't remember ever putting that in the search bar?
No.
Okay. But you are saying it's possible you looked at it. Is that?
It's possible.
Okay. All right. So let's go back. So you're at the meeting. How did the meeting end?
So we all decided that my son was going to go back to his class. So we wrote him a pass to go back to class. After he left, all four of us were in the meeting, and they asked if we had any questions, and we did not. And then I said, I'm going to go back to work. And we left, and I went to work, and my husband did DoorDash. And
did you mean to be abrupt about ending the meeting?
I didn't think I was abrupt.
Did you think you ended the meeting?
I think it just automatically ended when they asked if we had any questions, and I said no.
Okay. So when there was testimony about that, I'm sorry, strike that.
Let me ask Ms. Smith, I don't want to interrupt you. I'm looking for a natural break.
We could do it now.
Well, do you need a break?
Yeah, that's fine.
I just want to be considerate of.
The judge likes to take a break right around 3 o'clock.
Okay, I don't want to interrupt you.
You're fine. That's fine.
So can you take a break until about 5 after 3? Second?
All right, for the jury.
Get a 7-minute break here.
I'll come here and grab those from you. Is it okay if I grab these exhibits? Sure.
Now, a lot of people have said this is a very bad idea for the defendant to take the stand and testify in her own defense. I think we've got one more, sorry, on there. Very bad idea, and it's hard to tell until after prosecution goes.
I don't usually like to interrupt people's direct, but I know you have quite a bit more, and they've been at since 12:30. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break to 5 after 3. Okay.
Judge, based upon the testimony, I need to pull some exhibits, so it'll be longer than 10 minutes. I'd like to get right into cross after direct. So, we'll do that right now, but it'll be longer than 10 minutes.
Okay.
If that's okay, we're going to need some time, I think.
Okay, well, you've had quite a bit of direct left, I think.
I have
quite a bit for your son.
I don't know how to.
I've gotten through 3/4 of it, so I'd say I have a quarter of it left.
Okay.
And a lot of it is probably going to go pretty fast because the exhibits speak for themselves, and they've already admitted videos of all of it. So.
Okay. All right. You can take them down, and can you guys let me know then? I don't like to let them sit very long. If you let me know,
Sure.
You're not talking about half an hour, or anything, right?
Not an hour, no, but
There's, we're trying to avoid standing up and saying we need a time and having to take another break. But
no, I get it.
We'll go as fast as we can. There's a lot of things to testify about. I think that Mr. Keese wants to.
Right.
Well, I just.
Your Honor, I moved fast with their exhibits. I kept going. I didn't take breaks in between.
Good. It's good. I'm more concerned about the jury sitting than anything.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you.
All right.
Jennifer, they're gonna take you down. They're gonna take you down, and then they're gonna bring you back up. Okay. They're gonna take you down, and then they're gonna bring you back up. Okay. Okay.
She knows that.
Don't talk to anybody about the testimony. I don't want to talk to anybody. Okay.
She's saying that so loud. Don't talk to anyone about your testimony. Okay. All right. Let's leave them just briefly because there's nothing else happening here. All right. Fun stuff. This so far it's gone well. So far it's gone very well, but that necessarily isn't always going to be the case. Let's see, let me get this full screen. Okay. Change my audio source. There we go. We're going to go right there, and we're going to switch video to yet another feed right here. How about that? That's still working? Yeah, okay. All right. Yep, looks good. All right. This one's not quite as red in the face. Poll for believability right now. We typically don't do polls on that sort of stuff because that's a jury decision. We like to keep all the jury decisions until after all the testimonies come in. But we might be able to take a couple of your calls during the break. We've got about 10 minutes, maybe a few minutes more if there's something that stuck out to you. Let's see who we have here. Thought we had somebody. Let's see. They hung up. We'll try it again. And they hang up again. Is that me? Am I hanging up on people, guys? I mean, you'd think the answering the phone would be something I could have, the basics down at least. All right. Where are we? At? Thank you, by the way, Marcy C., member for 9 months. All right, maybe ask the kids to build a cat house. This way we could have a place of its own. Just asking. The cat is currently not in the window. I'm checking. The cat is not currently in the window. The cat has a cat house. And the outside of the window is very dirty. The inside is clean, but I need to wash the outside. I just noticed that. That's bad. Let's see. We had a couple others that I need to get to right here. TYO Toys. I call it Tyo. I'm not sure, Phil, if that's what you call it or not, but thank you for the super chat. KT as well. Appreciate the super chat as well. Here's the phone call.
Call from
AWOL.
AWOL. You're making a habit of this. I always like talking to you. What's on your mind right now?
Thank you. Is that I listen to you since 8:30 in the morning, but I drive truck, so I can't read chat. I can't respond. I could only listen.
Well, everyone was very nice in chat and just said, when's AWOL going to call? That's pretty much the only thing they've texted all day. So
I appreciate that. I love chat. I love this channel. It is amazing. But talking about chat, I just want to say that in a court of law, we are here to prove or disprove what laws were broken or were not broken. Mm-hmm. And as we are watching this with feelings and emotions, it is acceptable to say how we feel, as we should, because we want the world to be a better place. Mm-hmm. But we are not in court enforcing feelings. They are enforcing, like police don't enforce feelings. They enforce the law. So in court, we are watching this with feelings, but we also have to understand that what the state and the defense are doing is proving laws. So we can feel how we feel, but I feel like in their system and the game that they are playing, they are going off a law book.
Right.
I just feel we need to remember that.
This is a tough thing because the jury, when they look at a witness, okay, the jury is allowed to. They don't have to take everything a jury says as the truth. They can look at that and say, you know what, I just don't feel like that person's being quite honest with me. There's just something, I can't put my finger on it. There's just something that makes me just not trust that. I don't buy that. And I can discount or disbelieve all of the testimony if I want to. And the jury is allowed to take their feelings into account when they're weighing the evidence, when they're hearing the testimony. But then what they do with that, they have to take all that evidence that they've heard and what they've accepted and believe and not, and then they have to weigh it against the law, and try to to juggle that. It's difficult. It's very difficult.
And it is difficult. That's why it was a lot of this, which I don't know from a legal standpoint what the ruling was as far as all the surveillance footage. I don't know if those rulings, is there somewhere on a court docket that we can read all the motions prior to why they allowed it in?
There's a lot out there. I think,
is there?
Yeah, all these, you can get all these documents. I think you have to pay for these ones. It's like $1 a page or something. So it gets expensive if you want to read everything because you're going to have thousands of pages of documents and you have to sort of buy it before you know what's in it. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there. A lot of pretrial work went into this case, deciding what was going to be allowed and what wasn't going to be allowed, and the reasons for it. And some of the things they said we're going to wait until the moment in court, and then we'll figure it out. And other things we've known for months or more whether they were going to come in or not.
Right. I would love to know. I would love to hear or read the motions of how this was allowed. And regardless, obviously it was.
If you want to
I'm not a lawyer, so
to the day that
they
you
both
found
figured
out.
it out, and so did the court. Mm-hmm. But if guilty or not, if this is a guilty verdict, at least I believe on the mother's case, it will go up to the Supreme Court. As far as the father, I think it's a little bit more clean cut as far as guilty, but that's my opinion as of now. But we will find out when that case goes to trial. Anyway, all right. Thank you for doing what you do.
Thanks, AWOL.
And I will hang up. And
Appreciate
you have a
your
good
insight.
night. And
Yep.
I love chat. Shout
We'll
out
see
to
you.
everybody
Drive
here.
safe. All right.
Yes, sir.
Bye.
Bye.
Let's see. We'll have we've got a little bit of time to take a few more calls as we wait. We're sitting here watching court, and nothing is happening. I'm not sure if you want to watch this or my desk, whichever one. You tell me which one you'd rather see.
Shannon?
Hello, Shannon. How are you doing? This is Scott.
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. What's on your mind?
I just want to talk about the defense lawyer. I've never seen her be so put together. I feel like she's really taken on the role of the overwhelmed mother. To see her today, she's not saying sorry as much. I just think it's interesting.
It's the shoe has changed to the other foot. Okay, the two people have swapped positions. The two teams have swapped. Now the defense is in charge. They're driving the ship now, and we're now seeing the confidence and direction and that we've seen that's come from the state before. And now the state is doing just what we heard Shannon doing earlier. She's like, I'm sorry, I need to know who the witnesses are. She's not telling me. We have to prepare. There's all these witnesses. We want the documents ahead of time. We've got 70 pages here. I need to look at these, Your Honor. We need a longer break. This is the game that they play. I would say both sides are very, very good attorneys. Very good. And that most of what we see is oh my goodness, I can't believe she's not ready for this, is acting.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's all I had to say.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate the thoughts. Thanks for calling.
Thanks.
Bye. All right. Is Shannon the defense lawyer on the phone? No. That would be highly inappropriate, I think. I don't think a defense lawyer currently questioning your defendant in court would call to talk about the case mid-trial during a break. That's that would be misconduct, I think.
Call from Allie B from Tennessee.
Allie B from Tennessee, how are you doing?
Hey, Scott. So I just have a quick comment because it's kind of on my mind, and I hope it's not going to get me in trouble. But
or me.
I have. No, it's not.
Okay.
So, it's kind of an interesting thing when he talks about the Ouija board, right?
Okay.
Because now, for some people that don't believe, in certain religions, then that's fair. For ones that do, they know that can be a very bad thing because it brings in bad spirits, right? So my thought is, I've seen it with other criminals and in other cases, like Letitia, for example, that was pure, her eyes are all dark and it's kind of a demonized thing. So I say that because it is kind of a big deal that could have been part of it, and he is kind of trapped.
What we've
I don't
heard,
know, weird thought, but just thinking.
and I'll say that there depends on your religious beliefs. A Ouija board might be something that's evil and should be shunned and not allowed in the house, and other people will say it's like Monopoly, stick it up on the shelf with the rest of the games and everything in between. In this case, as far as testimony goes, the only thing we've heard about like a change that came over Ethan was when his eyes were dark. And we hear that testimony. It's just and I think Jennifer Crumbley had said, I don't know who this testimony came through from, because I don't think it was when she was on the stand, said that that's not my son. There's something different about that.
Yeah. So it's interesting. That's all I wanted to say, but it's sad because I think evil prevails a lot. So this is a tough case. It definitely is. So.
Allie B from Tennessee, thank you for calling in and blessing us with your sweet voice, as Megan says.
You're welcome. Bye.
Thank you. We'll see you. Bye.
Call from.
Nope, I just lost that call, whoever it was. Sorry about that. I'm my own receptionist, and I do a poor job of it usually. So we'll take a few more calls as long as we've got some time to do that. We just ask that you try to keep your comments obviously respectful. You guys have done a great job at that, and let's keep them short so we get a bunch of people be able to share their opinions. That would be wonderful. Let's see. Love the accent. Here's I think Valerie's been trying to reach us for a while here. This is
Call from Valerie Ivy.
Hey Valerie, this is Scott. How are you doing?
Hey,
I got through.
You did.
Thanks for taking me.
Thanks for being patient.
No, I just actually, it just, it dawned on me with this case that the prosecution wins kind of either way.
In what way?
In that it's going to make, I think, look at the dialogue we're all having, look at the discourse we're having. Our society has been trying to find a way around these school shootings for a while and always delves into a whole Second Amendment,
it goes
fight.
To the hot button issues.
And that's not really what this is about, to be honest. And I think that this, either way, is going to make parents possibly start paying more attention. Even if the prosecution loses, people are going to possibly pay more attention. And then the other thing I was going to say is a lot of people are talking about, why we think they're overcharged, and I honestly haven't come to any kind of conclusion on that. But the court can't remedy this unless they charge that, because there's no remedy by charging parental neglect because their son is already in prison. So there's no remedy for the court to do.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? And you can really only charge things that a court can remedy. There's no relief offer.
Are you saying that the prosecution of the parents, it provides two things? Either it fixes the problem that exists, or it provides a warning, a deterrent to the rest of society, saying, "Oh, I need to do a better job with my parenting." Because
exactly, even if the prosecution loses, because I'm saying if they had charged, say, parental neglect, the court couldn't offer a relief or a remedy for that because their son is already in prison. What kind of all they could do is terminate the parental rights, and they're basically terminated anyway.
Or just
he's an adult, he's in prison.
They can put the parents in the prison too. So maybe.
For parental neglect, could they? It seems to me that's like a family court thing, and it's not really a prison sentence.
It would probably be a much lighter sentence and probably be jail time instead of prison, or probation or something like that. Generally, it has to be pretty egregious to go straight to prison. But
it just seems to. I guess that's what I'm saying is why they probably went for the involuntary manslaughter, because charges have to bring some kind of relief or remedy if you're asking the court to do something, So that was it.
Valerie,
but it just dawned on me that either way, in a way, the state is winning.
I hear you're doing dishes in the background.
Yeah, I'm trying
how much
to.
How much do you charge?
I'll let you go.
No, just kidding.
My dishwasher does it for me. Are you kidding me? I just put them up. But
wonderful, yeah. Valerie. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. We'll talk.
Yeah,
to you later.
thank you.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Call from Nancy from Connecticut.
Nancy in Connecticut, how are you doing? This is RA.
I'm doing okay, Scott. How are you?
I'm doing just great. What's on your mind?
Good. I remember my kids are all grown now. Now I got grandkids, and they're all in school. My problem is, technology has come so far that everything is emailed to the parents and stuff. When I used to get a phone call if something was going on at the school with the kids, and I'd have to go in.
I was when I was growing up, the worst thing was it was quarterly. It was the report card. That was the indicator. And if I could somehow get that to not make it to my parents because I was the delivery person of the report card, and then also have them not ask questions about any of my other siblings. Like if the report cards just didn't come up, that was a win for me. Because, parent-teacher conference, they happen sometimes.
Right.
They didn't. My parents weren't huge on going to parent-teacher conference, at least that I know of. Maybe they did all the time and just never mentioned it to me. But, for me, it was not a phone call that I was worried about. Unless, it was in high school. When you started stuff in high school, they had this automated phone that would call as soon as you missed class. It's like a system goes through and dials, your student has missed class. I'm like, oh, crap. You always try to be the one that got that call. But anyway, I'm sorry. I'm not sure why I went on that tangent.
No. I understand. They didn't do that when I was in school. I'm older than you, of course. But it's I don't know. I think sometimes email, text can be misunderstood.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If it was my kid and they're doing something like he did, no, I want to call and I want to, talk to him.
It's just
right in front of the.
we might be talking to somebody here in chat and they say something and we take it the wrong way and they're like, no, that's not what I meant. I was talking about this. Yeah, a person-to-person conversation, you get the little nuanced inflection in the voice. You can tell if there's sarcasm or not. We don't have a sarcasm font yet in chat. So yeah, in person would probably mean a lot more. So I can see why text messages might not have come across the same way they were sent.
Yep. And then one other thing, and I'll let you go. The problem is that, with the crime rate with gangs and different things and, parents, one raising them in a bad, situation, bad living situation, how are you going to put these parents in jail? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Who all do we charge? All the parents of every gang member, or only the ones that bought their kids firearms for Christmas? Where's the line that we draw for that?
Right. And to be honest with you, I don't think the parents buy these kids guns that are gangs. They get them from the gangs themselves.
That's a crime to get the guns. A lot of times they break in a vehicle. They're looking for money, drugs, and guns. That's a quick grab out of a glove box.
I'm going to be honest, and a lot of people are probably going to hate me for this, but I'm against guns. My kids were never allowed guns in my house ever. And my husband, my father-in-law, worked for Winchester Gun and Olin Gun. I don't know if you know where that is.
I don't know
but
Olin.
It's in
I know
Connecticut.
Winchester. Yeah.
And he had every gun around in the house. And they were loaded and stuff. We knew where they were, so the kids weren't allowed to go near anything. But I was a nervous wreck when I used to go over there.
Yeah.
That's just who I am.
Nancy, thank you very much. I appreciate you bringing that perspective.
Thank you for letting me talk.
Not a problem. Anytime. Good to talk to you. We'll see you.
You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Let's see. We've decided that this is going to be our sarcasm emoji. So you have to use that emoji if you're being sarcastic. Even if you're being sarcastic, though, you still have to be nice. We can't be rude and sarcastic. Would love for you to explain your custom emojis. Labman, the custom emojis we have developed over each of the trials that we watch. And I don't even know which ones we have right now. I think there was a Hot Pocket on there. We've got a Cash Baby. That was from Letitia Stout trial. Let's see what we've got. I don't know who has our emojis. Put some emojis up and I'll explain each one. If you have a question, put it up and I'll explain what it was or try to remember at least anyway. All right. Yes, this one, we have a couple emojis because sometimes we want to say a bad word, but we don't want to incite chat by typing it out. And so we have the little pile of poop with the horns.
Crafty Grandma.
Crafty Grandma, this is Scott. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm seeing all the emojis in chat, and I have to explain some of. Oh, here they are. Labman says, "See my mouse here? This is if you wait just for a second, Crafty Grandma. I'll explain all these, and then we'll get to you in just a second. This is my favorite type of pickles. They're spicy maple bourbon pickles. You can buy them at Walmart. They're not a sponsor, but I wish they were. This is a throwing gavel. We have a hot mic. This is the award for winning chat, for being first in chat. This is just an inmate behind bars. This is for when we have a court cougher, someone who's coughing, and we have a lozenge cannon that shoots a Hall's medicine lozenge at them. Boom goes the dynamite, self-explanatory. This is a slogan we have when a troll sneaks into chat and somebody wants to say, hey, mods, just heads up, there's a troll. They use this little, it's a little squishy stress ball thing just to let us know. We've got a tinfoil hat, a Twix bar, I think, a hand holding out a Twix bar. I think that's what it was. This is a peace bird for when we are in a conversation and we're like, look, we agree, we don't agree, but we're not going to change each other's minds. Let's just end with a little peace bird. Little shovel for when somebody's digging themselves deeper. We have a mobility scooter because somebody asked, and I said sure. This is a pile of BS. This is a Cash Baby. Oscar the Judge. Right here, it's Oscar the Grouch with a gavel. When we're watching a trial that's behind, we use this little catch-up because we're trying to catch up with everything. This is from the Maya trial. This is a bus stop jury, and then we have a mic drop as well. So hopefully that answers the questions. Now, Crafty Grandma, thank you for being patient. What's your thoughts?
Well, my thought is that I think she was a little self-consumed as far as what she needed and not the child. I have a son that went to 2 tours in Iraq, and he came back with PTSD. He showed signs, and I got him help because he wouldn't do it for himself.
Yeah,
and today he's a whole lot better.
That's wonderful. That's good news. That's wonderful. I've been around a lot. I have to say that I've never served in the military. My respect, my hats off to all those who do serve and put their name on the line. That is being willing to give the ultimate sacrifice to defend the country. That's a huge thing. That's why I stand and put my hand on the heart when the flag goes by. I have a lot of respect for people who serve in the military. That being said, I've been around a lot of them who have served, and just because you come home and you've done your tour, you've done your time, and you get out of the military, the problems that sometimes the things you faced while you were on deployment somewhere, those can stick with you for a long time, and unfortunately, our government doesn't do nearly as good a job treating those who have issues when they come back from a deployment as they do getting people out on deployment. A lot of times that the care level is not what it should be, and people.
That's correct.
That's why we have such a high rate of that's why we lose so many veterans into depression. Somebody takes their own life. I think that care is not there. Now, I don't know how to fix that. I mean, that's more than I can do, but I hear you there. I'm glad you were able to see the signs and help him get help. That's wonderful.
Yep. Well, that's all I had to say. I don't believe her.
You don't believe her? Not buying this story at all. What do you think is going to happen on cross-examination? Do you think she's going to be just as cheerful and straightforward with her answers as she is on direct?
I'll be surprised.
We'll see. It might come tonight. We'll see if we get there. Crafty Grandma, thanks for your call. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, we're still in a break. It might be a few minutes longer. It has been a few minutes longer already because the prosecution said they needed some extra time to prepare their cross-examination, which they anticipate will come today. We do have emotional support zebra. We've got that as well. And yes, I said Oscar the Grouch, and I meant Elmo. Elmo was a symbol because Elmo was a projector that's normally used in courtrooms. It's the name of the projector.
Call from kind of, sort of, in a way.
Kind of, sort of, in a way. Welcome. What are you thinking?
I just had a little bit of trivia for you about the Ouija board.
Oh, man.
The man that invented the Ouija board, his name was Elijah Bond. He was from Baltimore, Maryland. Mm-hmm. His tombstone, which I visited a couple times, I think they call us taphophiles when we like graveyards and tombstones.
I didn't know there was a name for you sort of people. I just thought they were just a little creepy.
My mother calls me a weirdo, but
okay.
But his tombstone is a Ouija board, and in the building where he invented it, in the basement, is now a 7-Eleven, and there's a plaque in the 7-Eleven saying that the Ouija board was invented here.
If your Mountain Dew seems haunted, if you see ghosts after eating one of our corn dogs, it's because the Ouija board was invented in the basement.
Exactly. You might have a problem.
That is funny. So that 7-Eleven's got a little claim to fame. 7-Eleven, for those who are outside the United States, is a convenience store, a corner convenience store, oftentimes a gas station. But that's a funny little bit of trivia. I never would have guessed that if that was a Trivial Pursuit question.
I had to share.
Yeah.
I actually didn't know that before I stumbled upon his gravestone at the cemetery.
There was
it was a little surprising.
There was a podcast we did a couple of weeks ago. It was last year, where we talked about graveyard recipes, and we went off on a tangent. It was hilarious. But some people on the gravestones, they put like their favorite recipe. Like,
yes,
and they're like,
fact,
I'm taking it to my grave, literally. So
there
over my dead body, you can find this.
Exactly. There's actually a tombstone that says that and then has her sugar cookie recipe on the back.
Oh, I bet they're yummy.
There's some very interesting tombstones and some very interesting names.
You have a very interesting name here on YouTube as well. What's the kind of sort of maybe? What is that? What's the meaning behind that one?
Growing up, there was always a question like, do you want ice cream? Sure. Do you want vanilla chocolate or strawberry? And my father would always say, yeah. And
all of the above, right?
Right. And I would say, is that kind of, sort of, in a way, maybe, but not really?
That's cool. Well, kind of, sort of, maybe. Thank you. Thanks for the trivia. That's always appropriate. Hopefully you can join us for a podcast where we do more things like that. So that would be great.
Well, I love it. I love it. Because I have a lot of weird trivia.
That's awesome.
If you could make money off of trivia, I'd be a millionaire.
You sure can. Get yourself a YouTube channel.
Oh, God.
Thanks, kind of, sort of, maybe. Have yourself a great day.
Thank you.
We'll see you.
You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. That was the fun podcast episode when we were talking about those graveyard recipes. Let's see. I once asked a friend a question over text, and the response was, I don't know. And I was supposed to be, I don't know. Okay, I think I read that wrong. You might have to call in and read that to me. Something was lost in translation there.
Call from Donna from Arkansas.
Donna, I love that you give your location so I don't have to ask you during the call. How is Arkansas doing today?
Well, it's doing just fine, I guess.
Wonderful. What's on your mind?
I'm surprised I got through. Well, I've got an opinion.
Uh-huh.
People might not agree. Of course, half will, half won't.
Yep.
My oldest son is 44 years old.
Okay.
He used to play the violent video games. You're Call of Duty or whatever, or I don't know what they were. I just know that they disturbed me.
So like first-person shooter type games?
Yes, very much so.
All right.
Bloody, just, they bothered me a lot, okay? So this was in, when he was probably in junior high school, maybe. I don't know how long it's been. He's 44, like I said. How long, when those games came out. I'm sure you know. But it really bothered me, and all of his friends were playing them. They were playing them together, and the people at school didn't seem to think there was a problem. His dad didn't seem to think there was a problem. So what am I to do? And now he's perfectly fine. He's got a 13-year-old daughter. Everything worked out perfect. And so I can see why she wasn't disturbed at some of that, because it was probably maybe not that off the wall for him to, I don't think a lot of the stuff that's coming out is like the day that it happened. And I think that she did explain away some of the stuff that could have been, like him, like making up ghost stories or whatever, I could see that happening.
Were you surprised at all by how normal their life seemed, at least on the Facebook posts, right up until the time the gun was purchased? Does that surprise you at all?
No, I think it seems perfectly normal. I don't see anything. The way I'm like probably middle class, lower middle class. I've been poor all my life. They have a lot more money than I always had.
Yep.
So I don't think there's anything out. I think maybe she was on Facebook too much.
Yeah, she said she was.
Didn't have Facebook. There was no Facebook when I was raising my kids. But
thank goodness, right?
Yeah, no doubt. I'm not even on Facebook right now. I boycotted that, but I am on YouTube way too much. I've become a true crime addict. But I don't see her. I don't think that she did know that he was that troubled. I think he probably blew it off to her, or said, "Oh, I was just messing around," or like I was so worried about my kids, in the video games. He probably thought, well, the rest of the kids it's probably not. I'm overreacting, and I actually was, even though I still think they're weird, but. I think right now the only reason she's acting the way she is, I think she's just scared to freaking death. Yeah. And if she gets convicted, I will be scared too, because I think every parent in America better worry. because if my son would have done something, I wouldn't have known what would I have done. I mean, all these people that maybe are used to going to mental health counselors and all that, and that might be normal for them, but it wasn't when I was growing up.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Crazy.
I just think that he didn't show the mental illness until like that day. It was like very obvious in the journal thing. That's really crazy. But if she didn't know about it, I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. So are you believing her then? You're believing her as far as there was no signs?
Yeah, I am. Okay. I am, and I think that when it happened, I think they freaked out. I didn't know what to do, and I would freak out. I mean, seriously, if my kid did something like that, I wouldn't know what I would do either. Yeah. I would literally, it would ruin my life too, so I can see where she's coming from, whether she knew or not, I can see where she's coming from, Well,
thank you, Donna. Appreciate it. Thanks for calling in. I think that you're our first Arkansas call.
Oh, cool.
So we need to get you some friends down there.
I'm a redneck hillbilly. I was born and raised in Tulsa, Oklahoma, but I moved to Arkansas and been here a long time. So redneck hillbilly.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Donna. Good talking to you.
Thank you.
We'll see you. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Call from
Murph in Denver.
Murph in Denver, Colorado. Murph, how are you doing?
I'm great. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing great. It's a wonderful day.
I'm so glad I caught you.
Me too. We've had so many amazing, insightful opinions, people that come from different perspectives and able to look at this. Like I said, I'm going to be up all night staring at the ceiling, running these through my head, and trying to figure out where I stand after I've been educated on all these different points. What's on your mind today?
Well, it's so touchy and tough. I feel like they glossed over the, just don't get caught next time thing. I think that could have been, hindsight is 20/20.
That was a hard one to buy, that story. That didn't sound as genuine. Some of her answers sounded very genuine. She's doing as far as presenting as a witness, she's doing a good job. They don't sound prepared. They don't sound guarded. She's being open. But that little bit was like, most people in chat, they're like, I would throw on the other stuff, but I'm just not buying that little piece.
And the little piece of like, oh no, the affair that I was having wouldn't have affected my son at all because it happened before work and on weekends. That doesn't mean your mind isn't absolutely not with your family at times. You have something else going on that nobody else does. I'm sure that you were hiding it from them, but that doesn't change that your mindset was different because of it. I'm so sorry. I have a small business and it's next to a train, and so it might be a little loud, and I apologize.
It's train time right now.
It's train time. It's beautiful to watch, but I apologize. I have no control over the train.
Do you want a little squirrel moment from me? Do you remember what the social media app called Periscope? I think it was bought out by Twitter or something.
I sure do.
It was like a live streaming little app. When I first got on Periscope,
yes, I watched Notre Dame burn down on Periscope.
I went on a walk and I went over a bridge and there was a train coming and I filmed it and it was moving slowly. I'm like, just filming it, just trying to keep it in frame. And while I'm filming, like the views went up to like 7,000 people and everyone's like, I love trains. I watch trains. I'm like, I had no idea there's like people out there they call them, I guess train spotting is actually a thing. But you might need to set up a camera next to your store and just film trains as they go by because people want to see them, apparently.
That's so cool. That's a great idea because I see them several times a day. It's part of why it's not why I bought the store, but it was one of those things like, yes, we might do this, and I love the train, and so that adds on to the pro list.
That's awesome. But, enjoy the train. Yeah, go on.
Oh, I just, being from Denver, I was 20 when Columbine happened. And I, even though I was closer to the kids and had that perspective, I felt so much empathy for the parents because I thought the only thing harder than losing your child this way would to be the parent of the child that did it. And I even met one of the boys' mothers a few years later, and she was very kind. But it was in a catering office, and there was a company called Columbine Tomatoes, and they had used her office as a catch-all, and there were stacks and stacks of Columbine tomatoes right in her face, ceiling to floor. And I don't know if it was an oversight or an intentional thing, but it always bothered me, like, you've got this constant reminder right in your face. And, you know, I understand that we have this, someone has to pay for this kind of perspective.
Yeah. Where's the justice, right? We need justice. There has to be something on the other side of the scale. We can't just have a loss on one side. There has to be something that equals it out.
It's so tough. It's so tough. I even went to the Columbine Memorial, and someone had built crosses for all of the victims, all 15 of them. And he was trying to erect the last two, and people were upset, like screaming at him, like, no, you can't put the last two up for Eric and Dylan. And I was kind of on his side of, but there were 15 lives lost, there were 15 souls, and there was just so much ire that they actually called cops. Cops on horseback showed up and like dispersed us all, and he never erected the last two. And they were big and beautiful. They were like 8 feet tall. They were, you know, he had put a lot of love and intent in it, and I felt for him. And you know, it's so tough because people get so emotional about it.
The feelings are so strong. I mean, as a parent, I am so protective of my kids. You know, I would do things to protect my kids I probably wouldn't do for anybody else. And when we put ourselves in the position of the, you know, these families, you can understand why they're frustrated. Just a sort of unrelated thought. Jennifer, since the time she was arrested, has basically not seen anybody. She's been in jail this whole time. And now, today in court, as she sits on the stand, she's facing some of the families of the victims for the first time.
Oh, that's brutal. That's really brutal. And I know that she's emotional, and it's wonderful to, at least she's not a stone, at least she's not a statue about it. You know, I hate that it hurts her, and it's so tough, but that interview, the way she reacts to her son when she sees him right after that video we saw yesterday, I think it was yesterday, and she's just like, why? Instead of, she's obviously very angry. And I can't, I have kids that are, you know, almost teenagers, and I don't want to put myself in those shoes, but I'm hypersensitive to these types of issues. And I think denial is a powerful thing. My boyfriend in high school was schizophrenic, and his mom was a social worker, and she didn't see it until he was way, way into his late 20s.
Wow. Sometimes we're so close to the problem, we don't see it, and everyone else can see it clearly.
It's amazing. It's you know, so I can see why people feel all of the feelings, and I respect all of the feelings, and I'm a little torn because I do think she was a little disconnected and distracted, but nobody wants to believe that their kids are that sick.
Everyone else's baby is ugly, but mine's cute, right? That's how it goes. I've always got the cutest baby, and other people, you have to agree with me that my baby's cute. Fun. Murph, thank you very much. I appreciate the call. Thanks for calling in from Denver. It's chilly out there.
You know, it's been beautiful lately. It was like 60 degrees yesterday. It's in the 50s today. Denver is like a well-kept secret. We get like 330 days of sun a year.
Don't tell people. Don't tell people.
Everybody already figured it out. The population has doubled in like 5 years. It's out of control. We're turning into New York.
This is the exact same thing with the OBX in North Carolina, the Outer Banks. Everyone else thinks they have good beaches, but they haven't been to the Outer Banks. And once they come out, they'll never go anywhere else. So don't tell anybody I said that. It wasn't me. I think we got audio from the courtroom. Right. We're gonna have to let you go, Murphy. Thank you very much.
Outstanding. You're doing an awesome job. I adore you. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. We'll see you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for all the calls. Everybody who called in shared an opinion. We're going to stop the calls here because I think we've got audio from the courtroom. Might be coming back any second now. Fingers crossed. Let's see. Agony Goose says, I don't think WW2 shooters really took off until Medal of Honor and Call of Duty in the late 90s and early 2000s. There were FPS games before that, like Doom, Half-Life, Quake, and Unreal. I was a Castle Wolfenstein guy first before I was Doom. I never got into Half-Life, a little bit of Quake, Unreal Tournament. Yeah, I think I played all those. Didn't do Call of Duty, Medal of Honor. That was when I was like, I took a break during that time. But all right. A lot of the comments about the shooters getting a memorial. There's actually a problem with that because as much as we want to remember the lives that were lost that day, and usually the lives of the victims, that's where most of society will agree. We need to remember the lives of the victims and make a memorial for that. When you include the lives of the people who caused the victims to lose their life in there, it can bring a crowd, and it's a very small crowd, but I will say it's a crowd. There are people out there who are very involved and interested in the lives of criminals, and not like us in like a curious way, but in an infatuated type way, and it creates what often ends up being a shrine, which is extremely hurtful to the victims. So. Let's see. I feel showing his pictures is too close to saying his name. Still notoriety. I'm not on that. I mean, I don't have any rules in chat about saying his name. I know the court is because they've got victims there. They've asked, both sides have agreed that they're going to say the shooter instead of his name. But I don't know. I haven't. We don't enforce a rule about it here in chat. Casey Cat says, played the vid of the parents and Ethan at the police station. They wouldn't look at him, chained to a wall. He begged her to take care of his cat, and she said, why? They walked out, him yelling over and over, I love you, but zero response. K-Cat, that video was actually played in court. We did watch that. It was the time the parents were brought in where Ethan was in the room next door, and the parents came in, and he's handcuffed to the wall, and they basically go over the basics of, height, weight, size, hair color, eye color, date of birth, those things, and then they leave, and he's yelling, I love you, and they're just silent. Yeah, crazy video. The dad was yelling. Hey, little RA, how you doing? Where's our cat? Can you make him go sit in the window? Oh, you know what? That won't help at all because I just lost power to my transmitter. That's good to know. I was testing the batteries to see how long they'd last, and apparently it's about 6 hours. So I thought it was the dad. No, I believe it was the shooter. I believe it was the shooter. If you go back and listen to that. We've watched. You can see his mouth. The dad is sort of his head down a little bit on that one, but I believe it was the shooter we heard. We're mixed on that. Some saying it was the dad. Others are saying it was. Wow. Okay. Hey, this is RA. We're about to start court, so you might have like 10 seconds. Who's on the phone? It helps if I let them talk too. Hey, this is RA. Who's on the phone? You might have like 10 seconds here.
Hi, this is Asia.
Asia, how are you doing?
Hi.
Everyone's seated, ready to go back to court. So what's on your mind?
I'm watching. I see. Okay. I'm going to be fast. I've been trying to call. I wanted to say, I think that everybody's being so critical of the mother, but I am a mother of a 15-year-old son and a 17-year-old daughter. My 15-year-old has been getting good grades his whole life. I had a double mastectomy the second day of school this year, and his grades dropped. And I assumed it was because I was taking care of myself and not being on him as far as following power school and stuff like that. And at the end of the semester, we find out he's smoking vape pens. And we don't drink in my house. We don't smoke. We curse. We don't do anything around him to make this happen. I was in shock. I mean, my son is like the star wrestler in his high school. Yeah. And so this semester, his grades are back up. He's back to A's and B's. And I basically threatened his life. I basically threatened his life.
As only a parent can do. I brought you into this world and I can take you out of it, right?
Yes, exactly. And I mean, I had no clue. And I'm in the house with him. I'm going to every function I possibly can with him. I mean, he has everything he could possibly want with reason. But I too was following the grades. I'm on him. I'm emailing teachers. I just had no clue. And so I feel for this mother. I don't think she's lying. I think that it could easily happen to you in your own house. And I also question myself, what the heck am I doing wrong? How did I tried to do everything different from my parent, be a little bit cooler, less strict, but still stern and have fun. And so I completely can see how this could happen to you in your own home.
Yeah. I think when kids become teenagers, they become less parent-centered and more peer-centered. And very quickly, no matter what the parents have said for years or what they've taught them or, how they've raised them, very quickly they can be exposed to and accept ideas from peers that maybe have a different value system. And that's why, they say peer pressure, it works, especially as a teenager when they're becoming an adult, right? They're a baby adult. And they're starting to have adult feelings. They're starting to have, we won't go into all the different changes that happen going through puberty, but they're starting to experience life a little bit differently and understand their place in it a little bit differently. And while they try to socially interact and gain acceptance and things like that, it's very easy for them to get in a situation where, a fully developed adult mind might say, this is a bad choice. Right? You don't want to do this. Yeah. This leads you down either to an addiction that you're going to wish you didn't have, or it could cause some health problems down the road, or this particular activity might impact your life for the rest of your life, or impact somebody else's. So it's tough.
The crazy thing about this for me was that my son has basically surrounded himself around his wrestling team. They do everything together. Even when the season is off, they're running, they're doing things to train with each other. And then, I realized that, oh my goodness, they're the people he's getting high with, the team. What? You see these parents at every meet, you're talking to these parents on a chat, and you think, all of these boys are just good boys and they're running miles around the neighborhood, and you find out, oh my goodness, they're all doing this together because they're friends. What?
Welcome to parenthood. This is to some degree or another, everyone experiences this a little bit. I guess a few people get lucky and they have the perfect child. But yeah, there's the day when you wake up and find out that your friend's good friend, who was a good kid, convinced your kid to do something really stupid is a frustrating day for a parent. And it's also very eye-opening. Asia, thank you for calling and sharing that. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I think we're about to start again. We'll let you go. All right.
I'll be watching. Thanks.
Bye. All right. I'm hearing a little bit of audio in the courtroom, but it's very quiet. The defendant is not back up from downstairs. We still are missing the prosecutors, two prosecutors. Defense is present with her, I believe, paralegal or backup. And jury's obviously not there. So see if we can listen a little bit. I'm going to crank the audio and just see what's up in the courtroom. This is like max boost here. Ready? This is like super sleuth bat hearing mode. Yeah, and of course, all we can hear is coughing. So we'll turn that back down. I can literally hear people whispering in the room. Okay, this is our normal level again. Okay, here's our prosecutors coming back. Legal pads in hand, and water. Oh, I think that's a marshal. I think the marshal walks with them when they walk out in the halls. So now we just need the defendant, and we'll be ready to start here. By the way, KCAT, if I didn't say so, thank you very much for the super chat. The way I see this, I realize chat we're split on this. No amounts of voting can actually fix it because we'll have to go back and watch the video to see who says it. And it's a poor video. It's an interview video from an interrogation room, and for some reason, I guess the cameras are supplied by the lowest bidder because they're always awful. Why don't we have the best audio and the best video from an interrogation room? I don't know, but I wish they could pass a law to get that fixed. All right. Sorry, I've got a cough, and I forgot to put my cough button. And I stopped. I caught it. Thanks, Grit Grinder. Appreciate that. Let's see they call this type of quality military grade. Well, it's I've got the ability to raise the volume quite a bit without distortion. That's it. Lunacat says, I love the way Scott has a high bar for our chat. Her rash today shows how physically painful this is for her too. Thank you for showing love. I appreciate that. Thank you, Lunacat. She acknowledged that she does get flush when she's nervous. And I'm watching multiple different feeds, and some of them, the color is a little bit different than others. So some are rather flat, and others are very, very saturated as far as colors go. Let's see. Sarah says, go back, watch the video. I was walking out. Mom looked up at the camera. She does. She glances at the video. That's when she turns and asks Ethan, why? She yells it, like, why? And I heard at that moment the son yelling, I love you, I love you, I love you. And the parents just walking out. But it sounded like the sound of the I love you, I love you, I love you did not get quieter as the parents were walking out of the room. To me, it sounded like it was consistent, so it would be from him in the corner. I've gotten an 11. I've gotten a 12 on the dial, Greeners. I've got a 12 for sure. Nancy D says, all right, I thought parents had to be in the room with minor. I feel parents should have stayed with him. Okay, well, the parents said we want a lawyer, and so they said, so they could not question him. They can hold him in custody. The parents have no right to be with their kid when he's under arrest, right? So they're holding him in custody, but they're not allowed to question him. And so they say, we're going to ask him these questions. Your name, your birth date, your height, weight, and eye color and hair color. And we want you there so you can know that those are the questions. Those are all we're going to ask, and that's what they did. And then they left. So they were with him when he was questioned, but they couldn't stay with him after that. See. Carolyn says, nope, it was the dad. It might be. The dad has been saying a lot of things on the videos. Like the video we watched, I think it was today, with Jennifer and James in the back of the police car. James was not cuffed. Jennifer was, and Jennifer was really upset about that. And James was very upset about, why are you cuffed? Why is she cuffed? She's like, why am I cuffed? Take the cuffs off. And they were sort of freaking out. That's when the music was playing. We had to turn it down. But during that video, he gave her a kiss and said, hey, in case anything happens, and then he gave this, don't talk to anyone, talk to a lawyer. Don't say anything without a lawyer present. Don't say anything. So it might have been his advice or his words, parting words to his son. Katia Pickerel gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Katia. Thank you for your generosity. I saw it tagged to me and I missed it. Where'd it go? Let's see. Angela Angelo says, when you said, I love you, I love you, I love you, you sounded just like Buddy the Elf when he shouted it at the mall. I had to make sure I did not have the movie on. It's a good movie. We watched that with our kids around Christmas time. Let's see. Defendant is present. I haven't been tracking the shooter's whereabouts. I didn't know that. I did hear that there was another shooting. I thought it was in Georgia. Let's see, where was that? McEachern High School. Active shooter situation in Georgia about an hour ago. Whoa. Keith, I don't know if it would be or not. I'm not sure about that one.
All right for the jury.
So it looks like we're going to be picking up right where we left off before the break. Judge likes to end around 5, but this was a long break. It was nearly an hour-long break there. That was very long. When it was going to be 5 to 10 minutes, ended up being an hour.
Okay. All right. You ready? Yep. Okay. We were talking about the meeting at the school, and I think the jury's heard a lot about that meeting. Okay. So I'm going to fast forward. You go back to work, right?
Yeah.
We saw the exhibit of you walking back in.
Correct.
Okay. We heard Amanda Holland testify about how she gives you some advice. Do you recall her giving you advice?
I don't.
Is she somebody you go to for advice?
No.
Why not?
We were never like friends outside of work, and she was Andy's administrative assistant, so it was just formalities really with her. We didn't really have anything in common. Her child was real young. I had a teenager.
Okay. All right, I want to go to the time where you heard there was an open shooter. The jury's already heard how you heard about that, okay? And we know you got in your car, you drove up to Oxford, right?
Correct.
Okay. We heard about the description of that caravan. Did you see that caravan?
Yeah, I joined it. It's a black SUV, and that was my fastest way to get to the school.
Okay, so you actually were a part of that with all the law enforcement officers all headed up.
Yep, I just kind of jumped in.
What is that, Lapeer Road?
It started on 75. I work at Square Lake and Telegraph, so I got on 75 from Square Lake there. And it was well before the M24 exit. I would say about a quarter of a mile. The track was backed up.
Okay. Now, you sent a text, and if you need to see it, let me know. You sent a text to your son that says, you can talk to us. Why did you send him that?
After I left the meeting, I knew that he was sad about things, and I just wanted to let him know that he can talk to us about anything. Just wanted to make sure I opened that door. Just let him know that we're there for him. We love him.
Okay, and he said he loved you. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, was there anything unusual about that?
Yeah, he's at that age where it was hard to get I love yous back out of him. for me to open my text and just see him randomly saying "I love you" was abnormal for him.
Okay. Did you think anything at that point?
No, not right at that point. I think I said text back "I love you too." I don't remember. I believe I did. Yeah.
Okay. And later in the thread, you say, "Don't do it." So when you hear there's an open shooter at the school, I want to know in your mind, what do you believe is happening?
Well, my husband had called me when I was still at work, and he said there's an active shooter at Oxford High School. I can't get a hold of Ethan. And that's when I opened my phone and I saw the "I love you" text. And then I texted him, "Are you okay?" In the process of it, I was getting my stuff and running out the door, letting my boss know that I had to go to my son's school. It was on 75 when I was trying to get to the exit that my husband called me and he asked me where I hid the bullets, and I told him, and then he said the gun is missing. So instantly, I'm like, oh my gosh, he's got the gun. I didn't actually think he was at the school shooting it. I thought maybe he walked home and got the gun and was in the field by the school. I didn't imagine my son actually going into a school and shooting. And then when we got more updates, I was like, oh my gosh, he's a school shooter. He's going to kill himself, because in my mind, that's what school shooters have done. They've killed themselves after. So I yelled in my talk to text, "Ethan, don't do it," because I thought he was going to kill himself.
At that point, did you think Ethan had killed anyone?
No, I didn't even think he shot anyone at that point.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Did you believe he injured anyone or shot anyone, did anything?
No. I thought he was going to kill himself.
Okay. So you find out the gun's missing, so you do think he's got the gun, but is going to turn it on himself.
Right.
Okay. So where did you, at that point you went to the substation? I think we saw the video.
Yeah, my husband had called me when I got close to the house, and he said the substation just called and they want us to come down there. They have my son. And so I picked him up on the way and we drove to the substation together.
When you say picked him up, picked who up? My son was in custody, basically. The substation. Right, so who did you pick up?
I picked up my husband, I'm sorry.
Okay, you picked up James. Okay, what was going through your mind at this point, going from picking James up to the substation?
I don't know. I asked my husband, I was like, is he alive? And he said, oh no, we're going down there. I didn't really know what to think. I was kind of hazy. It was kind of, everything was a little surreal. I still didn't believe that he actually shot anybody or was in the school. I just knew that there was gunfire. I didn't know the extent of it at all.
So when you're at the substation, did you asked them about fatalities? We saw it on there.
That wasn't at the sub. Oh yeah, I did.
Okay, but you didn't get an answer, right?
No.
At that point, were you thinking that anyone was injured or that anyone was hurt?
He did say there was injuries, and at that point, my mind went to, we can handle injuries. We can handle injuries. I went into kind of like go mode, like what do we have to do? My son's arrested. I did not think there would be any fatalities.
You didn't think there would be any injuries?
No, I didn't think there would be injuries. I didn't think there'd be anything, but I just went into that mode, like we can handle injuries, and we can figure this out and go from there.
Okay. We saw the interview at the substation.
Yes.
I'm not going to go through all that with you, okay? After that, you go to your house, is that correct?
Correct.
And the next thing, police are at your door.
We were at the house for a minute, and we were putting some hot water on the oven, on the stove. My husband walked out back to the side of the house. I saw him walk towards the end of the driveway through my kitchen window. I was sitting in my kitchen on my phone talking to my dad, and I realized my husband was gone for a little bit longer. I didn't see him walk back, so I walked out the front door of my house.
And what did you see?
There was a bunch of officers with guns drawn on me.
Have you ever been in that position before?
No, I have not.
What did you think when that happened?
I don't know. I remember just dropping my phone and putting my hands up and then being handcuffed. It all happened so fast. It was shocking.
Okay, we saw you sit in the car with James with the handcuffs, right?
Correct.
So we don't need to go through all that.
No.
After that, we saw a video where you're sitting in the car and you talk to police for a long time. There's a lot of long pauses in it, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm not going to go through that whole video right now, okay? But if there's something you need, you can let me know. During the substation meeting, while you're with Joe Bryan,
Judge, this is direct examination.
I'm
what
asking a
happened.
question. I'm just putting us in a space. I'm going to ask a non-leading question. Okay. So we all can see that you are using your phone
You can ask a
while
non-leading
you are
question.
speaking to law enforcement.
But it was not this
I
one.
want to know what you're doing on your phone. It's not leading.
What were you
And the
doing on
whole
your
jury
phone?
can hear you constantly saying object.
Okay, what were you doing on your phone?
I was looking. Well, first I was looking for the paper to show the officer that was sitting next to me. The first one I pulled up, I couldn't get to zoom in, so I had to search through my emails for the other one to get that pulled up. Once I got my phone back, I'm pretty sure I was going through the mass amount of text messages and Facebook messages I was receiving from family and friends asking if my son was okay, because at this point in time, nobody knew anything. I was also messaging with my boss, who happens to be an attorney, trying to get his advice on what to do. I was on my phone, I'm not going to deny it. I was probably looking at text messages and Facebook messages and just trying to get updates on anything.
Is that the same or different when you're in the back of the patrol car?
What do you mean?
There's a point where you're in the patrol car by yourself.
Right.
Okay, you've got your phone. Tell us what you're doing on your phone at that point.
I know I was messaging with my dad a lot because I had dropped the phone when I was talking to him and I got arrested, so I was filling him in what was going on. I was also messaging immediate family members and close friends that my son was okay, but he was the shooter. So that's mainly what I was doing.
What was your state of mind like at that time?
I don't know. It was pretty numb. I didn't really believe. I had a hard time. I don't know. I was numb. I didn't really believe like everything was happening the way it was. It was surreal. My mind was in all different places.
Okay, so when did you find out there were fatalities?
In the back of the car when I was by myself, and I asked the officer, and he told me there was 4 fatalities.
That's on the video.
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you questions about that, okay? All I can hear is object, and it's very distracting. I would ask them to write notes or something because it's very distracting.
Okay, I can't hear them, but just try and keep your voices down, please.
I didn't think the word object.
Okay.
Okay.
We're not saying object.
Okay. Well, she can hear you saying something apparently. So.
Okay. So
There was a sorry in there.
this is the time where you find out there's fatalities. I'm going to move on to a different topic. On your cell phone, do you have a habit of deleting messages?
Usually it's threads.
Okay, explain to the jury what you do, because go ahead and explain.
Well, on Facebook, I do a lot of Facebook Marketplace, so I get a lot of messages.
What's Facebook Marketplace?
Where you buy and sell things. So the first main screen of my phone will get clogged up with Marketplace messages, so I'll just delete threads to my main people come up that I talk to on a regular basis. If that starts getting full, I delete those threads too. Same thing with text messages. I delete threads until the main people I talk to are up on the main screen, so I don't have to scroll down to find them.
Okay, so is that a habit that you started that day, that month? When did you start doing this deleting texts thing?
Pretty much when I got a cell phone. I've always done that.
Okay. Did you go out of your way, in this case, to delete like certain messages?
Not intentionally, no.
And so when there's a message they say you deleted that indicates the gun was locked, do you recall deleting that message?
No, I completely forgot I sent that message.
Or unsending it, I'm sorry.
No, I don't remember.
Okay, there's another message that is unsent talking about we did everything right, that kind of thing. Do you recall unsending that message?
No.
Okay. So when law enforcement got found that there was a lot of deleted content, does that surprise you in any way?
No.
And you don't dispute, you've seen a lot of text message threads that have been admitted. You agree those were a lot of the messages going on, is that right?
Right.
And a lot of those are what were deleted?
Correct.
Okay. So after you're interviewed, there was a point where the police tell you and James you guys need to leave the house, is that right?
Yes.
Where did you guys go?
We went up to, the first time we ended up going to the Holiday Inn Express and sitting in the parking lot trying to figure out what was going on, waiting for them to call us.
Was there a point you had to go back to the house?
Yes, they called us to come back to the house.
Did you know why you're going back?
They told us that the search was over and they just wanted us to come back to the house.
Okay, so when you got back to the house, what happened?
We went into the house and then the detective asked for our cell phones.
And were you reluctant about giving over your cell phone?
Yes, I was.
Okay, why is that?
Sounds bad, but my life is in my cell phone, my contacts are in my cell phone, everything I need is in my cell phone. I don't memorize phone numbers, I have an emergency going on, and they're taking my only means of contact away from me.
Okay, there was a suggestion to go get burner phones or track phones, prepaid phones.
Correct.
Did you do that?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so there was evidence, you went to Walmart in Lapeer, does that sound right?
Yep.
And we saw the receipts. There's been a lot of text messages about threats. Tell the jury about what you were receiving.
From the Walmart.
Oh, we were receiving so many threats on let me back up. On our new track phones, in my Facebook Messenger, there was a ton of threats. I wasn't getting text threats on my new track phone because I had my number, but my Facebook Messenger was blowing up with threats. Once I got into my email account, that was blowing up with threats. People found my realtor.com profile that I hadn't had for years and were sending me messages through that. I had people sending me screenshots of text threats they found that I didn't know about.
How were you feeling at this point?
I was feeling pretty scared.
Okay, scared of what?
Well, scared that somebody might hurt us.
Okay. At that point, did you ever go back home?
This is the first time, right?
I'm talking after you bought the track.
Oh, no, we went to the hotel in Lapeer.
Okay. So you go to the hotel in Lapeer, and then how long did you stay there?
Just one night.
Okay, so that was the night of
the 30th.
The 30th. Okay. What did you do on the 1st?
We woke up. I knew I had to make arrangements. I had a senior dog and 2 cats still at the house. I didn't know what to do with. My neighbor was sending me updates, letting me know that there was still media around my house, that my house had multiple random pizza deliveries that people were calling in. So I had to get dog food for our dog, and I met her at the actually in the church parking lot behind Red Naps that afternoon to give her the food.
Okay, and I believe that we've heard about that and saw the GPS stuff. Did you go to any banks?
Not on that day.
Okay, did you go anytime that week?
Yes.
All right, why were you going to banks?
When all this unfolded and we found out that it was my son that was a shooter, I get a lot of advice from my dad. My dad's been involved in some civil suits before. He told me that there's probably going to be a lot of lawsuits and they're going to try to take your assets. And I didn't really have any assets. The bank owned my house, the bank owned my cars, and all I had was the cash in my bank. and he said they could freeze your account. So I went and withdrew money from my account. My dad also deposited extra money in my account during that time to give to us, help us retain a lawyer, which I withdrew as well.
Okay, so you withdrew that money. Did you withdraw anything from an account that had Ethan's name on it?
We transferred money from that savings account to our account.
Okay, explain that account. I know it says Ethan's name on it. Is anyone else listed on the account?
No, it's a Simply Kids savings account through Flagstar Bank. So he opened it with $200. I don't think he really had any more than $100 left after things he wanted to buy, but I transfer money from my check into that account, so we kind of use it as a savings account too.
Okay, so did you leave any money in that account?
If we did, it was very little.
Okay. So on December 1st, we heard testimony already that your son was charged. You watched online. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. We heard on the 1st, did you guys stay at the hotel in Lapeer or did you go somewhere else?
No, we went to the extended stay in Auburn Hills.
Okay. Why is that?
Probably for the cheapest rates, and it was a decent hotel. Not any other reason why.
Okay. So how long did you end up staying at the extended stay in Auburn Hills?
We ended up staying there for 2 days.
Okay. And then we've heard testimony that charges were going to be announced at some point. Did you know when charges would be announced?
No. I was kind of following the news articles, trying to get updates. My cousin was sending me a lot of texts, saying, I think they're going to charge you too. We didn't think I would get charged. Maybe my husband, because the gun was in his name. So we had an awareness of it, but I don't think it really actually set in that it was going to happen until it did.
Okay. So we heard testimony that on December 3rd, you end up at an art studio. Explain to us what was the hotel? Extended stay in Auburn Hills?
Correct.
Okay. Tell us all where you went. How do you get from that hotel to the art studio in Detroit and why? Give us the rundown.
So we ended up going to Owasso to get our normal cell phones. They couldn't shut down accounts.
Why couldn't you shut down accounts?
Because of the two-factor authentication. So they were sending a text message to my old phone number I didn't have. So I had my employer yelling at me to shut down my LinkedIn account, my Instagram account, because I had my employer's name all over it. So we had to get our cell phones with our old numbers on it to get that back.
Were you trying to deactivate Facebook and stuff too?
I already deactivated Facebook. My husband needed to deactivate his Facebook. I had to deactivate LinkedIn and Instagram, and I couldn't get into my email on my burner phone because of that two-factor authentication code thing.
Okay, so you guys went to Owasso and got what?
We got regular cell phones with our old numbers on it.
Okay. Then what?
That's when Andre, my friend, called.
Is there any reason you went to Owasso to get those phones?
Yeah, we didn't feel safe in the local area.
Okay, so you drove like the hour they tested. Okay. All right, so then what?
So my friend Andre, who owns the art studio, called and was checking in to see how we were doing, and he wanted to stop by our hotel. It was the night of the 2nd. So he actually came to our hotel that night, and he invited us to come to his art studio the next day just to be around a friend, he wanted to buy us sandwiches. He wanted to show us art studio. He's just a really nice guy that was just offering a friendship during that time when we didn't know what was going on. So that's how we ended up going to the art studio.
Okay, how did you get to the art studio?
I drove.
Okay, drove what?
I drove my car, and with my husband left our other car at the hotel.
Okay, so we've heard about how one car is left at this hotel. That's because you guys went together. To
Correct.
Detroit.
Correct.
Okay. Did you know you were going to get charged at that point?
We had heard they might announce charges sometime that day.
Okay, but I want to know, did you know you were definitely being charged at that point?
Oh, no.
Okay. So tell us what happened when you got to the art studio. I think we saw him show you where to park. Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Why did you park where you parked?
I was parking close to the dumpster, and he told me to move away from the dumpster because people like to throw stuff out there. So I moved. He showed me where to park. So I wasn't taking anybody's parking space or blocking the dumpster or any of that.
Okay, so then what did you guys do that day?
He showed us around the building, and then we went to the art studio. Andre had a business meeting, I think at 11 o'clock that day, and so he left the building for a little bit. He came back after charges were announced, so he came back when we found out we were getting charged. He brought sandwiches back. At that point in time...
How were you feeling at that point when you found out you're getting charged?
Just freaked out. I've never been charged with anything in my life.
Okay, so you've never been charged with a crime like this?
Like this, correct.
Okay, of this magnitude?
Correct.
All right. So what...
That was a correction.
Okay,
There must
so
be
you know
something
you're
else
charged, or
in the past.
you know that they want
Speeding or
you.
something.
What was your plan at that point?
Well, I was in touch with my attorney.
Me.
You. And I was taking your advice that we're going to turn ourselves in.
When were you planning to turn yourself in?
The next day, so it would be Saturday morning.
Okay, why was that?
That's when the Novi court was doing arraignments that day.
Okay, so on Friday, the whole afternoon, you know you're being charged. That afternoon, what was your plan at that point? Or what were you doing at that point?
I was debating whether or not to go back to Auburn Hills and stay at the extended stay. And I think this is before we even knew there was a manhunt out for us.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness with the defense exhibit, proposed exhibit A? The prosecution has received it. Okay.
No objection.
Do you object to submission?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, A is admitted. Can you tell the jury what that document shows?
It's a Priceline.com travel itinerary, your trip from December 1st.
Okay.
Last visited 12/3/2021.
Okay, so when you're, okay, on 12/3, are there also searches for another hotel?
I think so. Yeah, there's a Priceline checkout, Auburn Hills, 12/4, 12/5. So I think I was looking at for those dates.
So you were planning to, is it fair to say then you're looking for a hotel?
Objection deleting.
All right, so that exhibit, what does it tell you about your plans for 4/4 to 4/5?
To be in Auburn Hills, extended stay.
Okay. What is Priceline?
It's an app where you can get last minute hotel deals.
Do you agree these are your searches?
Yeah, I'm always on Priceline.
Okay. Ultimately, on the night of the 3rd, were you aware on Friday afternoon if you could go into court that afternoon? What was your awareness?
I was not aware that we could go into court that afternoon. I was just waiting on direction from you to what we're going to do the following day and turning ourselves in.
All right. So the prosecution showed lots of pictures of the art studio. We agree. That's what it looks like, right?
Right.
Okay. Did you guys sleep on that mattress that night?
Yeah, we did. It was actually in the hallway, a common hallway the business shared, and we pulled it into the art studio and slept on it that night.
Okay. Did the prosecution showed receipts and supplies that were bought, things like that? Who went to the store and did that?
My friend went to the store. We gave him a list, and he picked up things for us.
Okay. Why didn't you go to the police department? This is so distracting. I'm having a really hard time. I can move maybe and ask.
Okay, try not to talk.
Prosecution's talking this over strategy-wise during the whole thing.
So who bought those supplies?
My friend did.
Okay. Why didn't you and James just go on your own to the police department and turn yourselves in?
Because we didn't feel it'd be safe.
Okay. Why is that?
Just the fact that the entire community and Michigan knew that we were expected to turn ourselves in at the police department, so they would know where to go.
Okay. And so that night, what did you and James sleep there?
We did.
What time did you go to bed? What happened? Just really quickly.
I want to say it was after 11, maybe around 11 o'clock, when we finally went to bed. We both, I'm prescribed Xanax for anxiety, and we each took 4 because we knew we were going to turn ourselves in the next day, and we hadn't slept in 4 days, and we just wanted to sleep.
Okay, so you each took 4.
We did.
Ooh.
Okay, and so the next thing, the next piece of evidence we saw was them coming into that art studio. Do you recall that?
I recall my husband screaming, and there was people with guns again in our face, officers.
What were you doing prior to hearing your husband screaming?
We were sleeping.
Okay. Were you aware there was anything going on?
No, I was not.
Okay. We saw the video, so we don't need to go through all of that. And the prosecution admitted, I'm going to put it up on the screen, People's Exhibit 150, and I just want to verify with you. I'm sorry, can you turn it on, actually? Okay, do you see it on your screen?
I do.
Okay, what is that?
That's an alarm we set for, or I set for the next morning.
For Saturday morning?
For Saturday morning, correct.
Okay, do you recall why you set it for 6:30, 6:45? Is there 2
that's how I
alarms
set
or
my
one?
alarms.
Yeah, there's 2.
I have 2.
Okay, why did you set those alarms?
Because we were going to wake up and drive to the Novi courthouse and meet you there by 8:30.
Okay, and what was your plan there? What was going to be your plan when you got to Novi?
We were going to be arraigned.
Okay, now, there was
Everything's still
evidence.
up.
Oh, whoops. There was evidence that your purse and belongings were found in totes there. Do you remember seeing all those pictures?
I do.
Okay, tell the jury why those were your purse and personal effects were in those bins.
I didn't know if we were going to jail. I didn't know if we were going to be bonded out. I didn't know what was going to happen, so I had told my friend where I left my purse and my backpack, where I did have pretty much all my money in it, to grab those the next day, or when he's at the studio. He's not usually there in the weekend, so I put them in the totes just for extra precaution.
In some of the messages the prosecution admitted, you say that you failed as a parent. Are you a failure as a parent?
I don't think I'm a failure as a parent, but at that time, I guess I felt bad that Ethan was sad at those things, and I guess I don't know, I just felt like I failed somewhere. I don't really know how to describe it. It's just that point in time, I just kind of felt like somewhere I failed.
Do you believe there was anything, do you believe that you knew or had reason to know your son was a danger to anyone else?
No. As a parent, you spend your whole life trying to protect your child from other dangers. You never would think you have to protect your child from harming somebody else. That's what blew my mind. That was the hardest thing I had to stomach, is that my child harmed and killed other people.
Do you believe there were things you were thinking at the time, I should do this, but I'm not doing it? Do you look back and think that?
No, I don't. I mean, of course I look back after this all happened, and I've asked myself if I would have done anything differently, and I wouldn't have.
If you could change what happened, would you?
Oh, absolutely. I wish he would have killed us instead.
Over the last 26 months, has this been stressful for you?
It's been very stressful. Yes.
Have you had a range of emotions?
I've had a lot of emotions.
Are you trying to, Do you believe you are the victim here?
I don't want to say that I'm a victim because I do not want to disrespect those families that truly are the victims on this. But we did lose a lot.
Okay. You've lost everything.
We did.
Nothing further. It's now up to.
Come back tomorrow morning at 8:30 in the morning.
Oh wow.
All right. I'm always looking for the natural break. I need to instruct you during the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you must consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Do not go on social media, do not post, do not go on Facebook, do not do research, do not discuss the case with anyone, do not watch the news, do not read a newspaper. You guys have been really great, and we appreciate it. All right, so I'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. Right.
All rise for the jury.
8:30 start tomorrow as the jury goes out. Now, we do expect a motion to be filed here and probably rapidly dismissed as well, or because it's not going to go anywhere. But we're expecting the directed verdict right now. Tess, you're right. Once the jury's out of there, that should not be done in the presence of the jury.
I will let the jury go right now so that I can ask if there's anything. Do you consider? Is it okay if she comes out? Yeah, she can step down. You can be seated.
A lot of people not happy with how that direct examination ended.
Tomorrow morning. And then, do you know what you're going to do next?
I don't. Your Honor, my client and I have a number of witnesses on our list.
Okay.
And to be quite frank, I'm going to go to meet with her.
Okay.
Or I have arrangements to meet with her.
Okay.
I have opinions about what we should do. I know that our opinions have not matched, and so we need to have some discussions. Okay. I just don't know who I'm going to be calling based on that. But the prosecution has my list.
Okay. See, now she's like,
It's
I
the
gave you
same
a
as
list.
this one. Nothing's changed.
Okay.
I actually have 2 names I can give them that I know I'm not going to call.
Okay.
Judge, shortly before trial, the people filed a notice of intent to admit something should the defense counsel assert a privilege, that privilege being attorney-client communication. Questions asked of the defendant, I believe, caused a revisiting of that ruling.
Ooh.
Okay, meaning what?
Meaning that there was a thumbnail photograph recovered off of the defendant's phone from a time period where the police were on scene at 1111 Bellevue in Detroit. The defendant has testified that she was waiting to hear for instructions from Ms. Smith. She can't testify to any communications between herself and her attorney without waiving the privilege. That privilege has been waived. We should be now entitled to explore what that text message was. The timing of it was very important, especially considering the timing of the 911 call in Detroit.
I don't think he's going to get
this. As well
this.
as the timing of the fugitive team's arrival in Detroit and the timing of the arrest of the defendants.
Are you talking about the text that I already saw?
Yes, Judge.
The 2-word text?
Now, but the issue is, when it was seen, it was immediately closed because it was recognized as potential.
Okay, I understand that. I guess I'm asking you to be more specific without me being more specific.
Well, there were 3 texts, not 2 words.
Okay. No, is that what I saw already?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess a few things come to mind. When I received that, we had a previous motion about this. It's unclear to me whose phone that was. That's just one thing among many other issues.
Right. We can't explore it if it's a potential attorney-client communication. So it was never investigated. That's why we brought it to the court's attention and counsel's attention immediately.
Your Honor,
that's after consultation actually with the Michigan State Bar Ethics Hotline.
Well, one of the reasons I asked you that is because I know there were 4 phones from there, and 2 of the phones didn't have specific numbers. I don't know if that came from one of the phones that specifically belonged to one of the defendants.
Yes. The answer to that question is yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, when I was questioning my client, I was asking her what her plan was, what she was planning to do. She said what she was planning to do. I didn't expect that she was going to say, I didn't expect she was going to say anything about me. I thought she was just going to say we were waiting for information, we were waiting to turn ourselves in, waiting for directions, and we had a backup plan. We'll go to court on Novi in the morning. I don't believe she's opened attorney-client privilege as to this topic. And to be honest, I don't even know what they would have.
This has been an issue since the beginning of the case.
It's not just the privilege, it's also to impeach what we believe to be false testimony. That's important on cross-examination.
Your Honor, the prosecution has tried to make me a witness, but I've made arrangements often with law enforcement and prosecution teams to turn my client in.
Okay,
I have never seen...
The police are not required to wait.
I'm not saying that, but
Right.
what the police did is they tried to make me a witness. They made police reports with my text messages and tried to turn me into a witness when it's typical for...
I think you're giving them too much credit.
Well, for when it's... I texted Karen McDonald and said I was representing the Crumbleys.
Okay, but...
On Friday morning, she would not get back to me.
She doesn't have to get back
I know
to you,
she doesn't.
And the police do not have to ask you for permission to arrest your client.
I completely agree. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting that I was waiting for Miss McDonald to work with me to turn her in because she texted me the night before we'd work it out.
Fugitive surrender. We actually had evidence of that. Sergeant Hendrick as well as Lieutenant Willis.
I thought we had professional courtesy going, that we were working together, and then she wouldn't call me back all day. And I said, okay, then we have to go turn you in. I want to turn her into a court. So we went to the Novi. We were going to the Novi court at 8:30 because they do weekend arraignments.
Okay, I've heard all of this before, but the thing is, you cannot testify.
We haven't.
To this.
I understand, but I'm saying that the prosecution is trying to make me a witness by having them put police reports together.
That's why we had the waiver.
This came up from the beginning of the case. There was concern about that.
I agree with you, and I thought the concern was over because they dropped it, and I
had to bring it up yesterday.
No, they didn't drop it. It's just been dealt with in waivers and motions and things like that. So, you know, if your client raises something, I guess I'd want you to specify whether it's in a filing exactly what you're saying or exactly what you want to admit, because I think that we're, you know, treading on difficult ground that we've been treading on since the case started.
We signed a waiver specifically for this. It was
Not
March
for this.
of 2022 that paragraph 13 of that waiver, the defendant will not be able to use, and actually the court on the record said, Ms. Smith, you understand that flight is issue, and an issue in this case, the court remembers, but it was early on in this case.
Your Honor,
the waiver.
Okay, you can't interrupt each other. You can't interrupt each other. So I guess tell me what you are specifically requesting.
So
because
we need
the chronology, because she says she was asleep.
This is huge.
Or the police are hitting the door or whatever it is.
Yes, it goes into all of that. It goes into all of that. So there's again, this was a thumbnail of a text message that we immediately, the individual at the prosecutor's office who saw it, immediately closed it because he recognized a potential attorney-client material. Before he did, he noticed the timestamp on that. The timestamp is exactly, I think it's actually 2 minutes off of a timestamp from a text message between Ms. Smith and Sergeant Hendrick, where Ms. Smith indicated she cannot get a hold of her client. Now, I want to cross-examine Jennifer Crumbley specifically about that, because she put that an issue in front of the jury.
Okay, specifically about whether or not she was in contact with her lawyer?
Can you just have a minute, please?
Yeah.
So the lawyer tells somebody, I can't get a hold.
I guess one of the problems is you can't use your shield as a sword. That's a problem.
Your Honor, I'm suggesting that if my client opened the door to that in any way, that you instruct the jury they're not to consider it and strike that testimony. We did not intend to open that door. I don't even remember, and I don't even know what that text message is. I saw that. I obviously responded to their filings. I have no memory of that text or this timing. So,
okay, what does that have to do with anything?
Well, I'm just saying that I would just say that this should just be instructed to be inadmissible, and tell the jury to absolutely ignore any testimony about any communications with the attorney.
The waiver, the defendant signed the waiver. Defense counsel signed the waiver. It's, again, sword and shield, Judge. This is exactly what counsel is doing. And we can have someone from computer crimes extract any conversations, communications between the defendant and her attorney. The court can review it in camera.
I think that you're specifically trying to impeach her statement that I did not talk to my lawyer that night. I'm trying to remember the exact statement.
Well, the timing of when she was awake, when she sent the message, the fact that she indicated that she was asleep, the method in which she indicated how she fell asleep, and with the assistance of 4 Xanax. It's important to explore those particular details, Judge. The timing is crucial.
So she texted while she was asleep.
I might allow you to ask the question. You said you were asleep at 11 o'clock because you took 4 Xanax. I might allow you to ask, isn't it true that you texted your attorney at 11:03 or whatever it is? I might let you ask that.
Might.
But the thought that you want me to do an in-camera review of every communication between Mrs. Crumbley and an attorney that could potentially breach the attorney-client privilege,
I'd be satisfied with just that timing, that message, Judge.
Okay, well, I guess I'm going to invite you. I feel like every night you're getting a homework assignment. Of course, I have my own homework assignments. But if you would like to send me a case, do a short memo, anything like that that you'd like me to read at 4 o'clock in the morning when I should be sleeping,
Judge,
that's what I'll do.
The issue is that Jennifer Crumbley testified that she did what she did because her lawyer told her to. That's the crux of it. And there's evidence to the contrary. And I want that evidence to be admitted.
Okay, are you specifically, okay, those are 2 different things though. Are you specifically talking about the text that we dealt with last week? Or are you talking about other communication that was dealt with previously?
I think last week is the one we're referring to, Judge. That's
okay.
the motion that was filed.
Okay.
There's also text messages from Ms. Smith to an officer. There's no privilege there.
There's no privilege.
Correct. So that's naturally going to be part of cross-examination.
Okay.
But specifically right now, I want the court to review that, and we're asking permission to cross-examine on that, Judge.
Okay, well, I think I'm going to have someone from my staff go back and see what the specific statement was about that. That's for starters. And additionally, if you would like to give me any law on the issue, I don't know if there's any law beyond what we briefed last week. But
well, that's why the waiver.
Yeah, the waiver. Well, I might be inclined to ask her, to let you ask, isn't it true that, did you testify that you were sleeping at 11:03? Yes. Isn't it true that you texted your lawyer at that time? I may allow you to do that. Anything else? I'm going to have someone from my staff review the record and determine exactly what was said. I think that's important.
It was in March of 2022 on the hearing we had.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but Shannon Smith can't talk to Jennifer
waiver
Crumbley about her testimony during this break, right?
All those waivers. I'm familiar with the waiver, but what to review the record to see exactly what Ms. Crumbley said that a quote from her. Okay. I'm trying to be careful. Anything else?
I don't think so, Judge.
No, Your Honor, thank you. Okay. I will email the prosecution tonight who I plan to call.
All right. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we are done for the day. So they're trying to impeach. They're trying to impeach Jennifer Crumbley with a little bit of forensic evidence. Now, it seems that when they recovered all the phones and did searches on them, did like the forensic download, they opened up one of the messages right about the time that they were in the warehouse, 11:04 on a Saturday, I believe. I don't know if that's evening or morning. I'll have to dig into that, probably nighttime. And they opened up a message just long enough to realize, oh, this is one of those protected messages that we can't read. And so they closed it. But before they closed it, they happened to catch the timestamp, and just notice that the timestamp was right at this time when Jennifer Crumbley says she had taken 4 Xanax and had been asleep. So it's not a huge deal, other than the fact that it is great material to impeach a witness if you can prove they just lied on the stand. And if you can prove that this witness, who's done a pretty good job on the stand, if you can impeach the witness, then there's a good chance the jury's not going to believe anything else they say.
Call from
Mr. Xanax.
Mr. Xanax. I'm not sure if you want to go by that. Ivan, what's up?
Well, I just want to provide a little perspective here on people who may not be familiar with benzodiazepines.
Okay, 4 Xanax and a little bit of alcohol. Good or bad?
Well, see, this is not a yes or no. This is not black or white. Okay, so Xanax comes in many forms. There are several different dosages of Xanax. It comes in 0.25 milligrams, 0.5 milligrams, 1 milligrams, or 2 milligrams, which are called Xanax bars. Now, if you take 4.25 milligrams, yeah, that's probably not great, but you're not going to lose your memory. You're not going to lose your sense of where you are. Now,
is one easier to divide than the other? Is one easier to have, to cut in half than the other if you have a little pill splitter? Do they have are they little break on the line type things? Because we know that the son was given half a Xanax at one point.
Sure, the 0.25s are literally children doses. What they do with what they do with minors or whatever. The two, if you take 2 milligrams, and it just depends on the dosage. It's not all black or white. It's like saying I took 4 shots of alcohol. Well, did you drink 4 wine coolers or did you take 4 shots of Jack Daniels? You know what I mean? It's not all the same. And so there is a perspective to this. Now, if you mix it with alcohol, now there's a reason they call Xanax mind erasers. Okay, there's a reason they call them a drunk in a pill.
Would it be able to help you forget that you were texting someone, say your lawyer?
100%, absolutely. You have no idea how many people probably in the chat have taken Xanax and took a couple of drinks and don't remember calls they made. They don't remember emails they sent. That is
things
absolutely
they purchased on Amazon. Can you forget those things as well?
You could do about anything. There's a reason they call them mind erasers. There's a reason they call them a drunk in a pill, okay? Because benzodiazepines, which what is the Xanax is, same as a Klonopin, same as a Valium, same as an Ativan, same as all of those, okay? If you take enough of those and you mix a little bit of alcohol with them, you can do anything and not remember. You turn into a zombie, a walking zombie. And that's not to excuse her, but that's real. That happens. Go look at the chat. I'm not lying.
I know people are saying, Ivan. I realize you've been in the street pharmacy world and have a little bit of hands-on knowledge in this in a prior life. And time was served, and you're a different man now. So thank you for the input.
Absolutely, yeah. I just want to say that's not to excuse anything she did, but you can absolutely do. I've lost days. Okay. Forget hours, forget nights, days. You eat a handful of Xanny bars and drink a quart of whiskey?
We don't. This isn't a how-to for anybody, but let me ask this question for those of us like myself who don't know much about these. Is there any threat to your long-term, ability to stay breathing from 4 Xanax?
Absolutely, 100%. If you mix alcohol with Xanax, those benzodiazepines and alcohol affect the exact same region of the brain. That's why it's so dangerous and cautious to mix them. You are and you won't even notice it. You will just go to sleep and you will never wake up. It is there's a reason that label's on the bottle. It's not a dare. So addicts look at that warning like a dare. Okay, dare me to drink alcohol. But the normal person realizes there's a reason that label's on the bottle. Don't do it. Do not mix benzodiazepines with alcohol, okay? There's a reason. You mix Xanax with alcohol, you go into a zombie state, and you have no idea what's going on. So
either way, I think 4 seems like a lot of whatever it was. I think 4 was probably more than the prescribed dosage, because if they were prescribed to take half what is it? Is it milligrams? Is it measured milligrams?
I don't know what the dosage was. I really don't. Like I said, they come from 0.25 to 2 milligrams. So like it really depends on what the dosage was on what they were taking. Like I said, you take 4.25s, yeah, that ain't great, but that's not going to put you into zombie state. You take 4 1 milligrams or 4 bars, which are 2 milligrams, and drink some whiskey, you have no idea what's happening.
Yeah. Interesting. Ayden, thank you once again for educating me on things that I never thought I would be educated on. So thank you for your experience.
Have a great day.
We'll see you, man. Bye.
Yep. Yeah, bye.
Oh man, this case, we're now done with direct for Jennifer Crumbley. The state is about ready to cross-examine her. We already know that it's going to be spicy because they're going to literally try to pierce the attorney-client privilege in some regard, to some extent. The judge is going to try to control to how far that goes, but because of one answer, what did you do next? And Jennifer Crumbley said we were waiting for a call from you, our attorney. That opened the door to this. So now there's going to be a little tiny bit, and the judge thinks it's just going to be this one text. I think they're going to try to get as much as they possibly can in. I love watching this and seeing because it's fresh on our mind. This is the first day the defense has been questioning, presenting any witnesses, and I love seeing the different angle. The flip side of this, I think we have Mathis on the phone here. It's going to give us a real education.
The same German.
Hang on
to accept, press 1.
Mathis, welcome.
Hello.
You're up late. How are you doing, Mathis?
Yeah, but I am like that, so it's a bad habit. But I have good shows to watch.
Yes.
So I wanted to comment on one small thing and one big thing.
Let's do the small one first.
Yeah, the small thing is the attorney-client privilege. So I tried to go back into the video and look for that specific question that was asked. What I heard, the question that had the attorney answer was, were you aware on Friday afternoon that you could go into court that afternoon? What was your awareness? Answer, I was not aware. I was waiting for instructions from you. I don't think that an answer like, I was hoping my attorney would tell me about court dates.
It was an unsolicited answer.
Privilege.
It was unsolicited answer, but the fact of the matter is the answer came out. And sometimes as an attorney, you have to say, well, I have to ask better questions to make sure it doesn't come out. I mean, she did a great job. She asked a yes/no question. She couched it, said, I want to limit it to this. And instead her own client blurted out words that now her attorney is trying to dance around and avoid the damage from. But I think the judge is right that I don't think they can strike this from the jury. The jury's left for the day, right? The last words that they heard from this woman are echoing in their heads, and then tomorrow morning, 8:30, when they come back in, the judge is going to be like, that thing that echoed in your head that you couldn't get out of your head. Forget that ever happened. We're going to just pick up as if, unring the bell, and then. Yeah, so I think the state is going to ask that question. I think they'll be able to go into that a little bit. I know the judge has asked for a little bit of case law, because no judge likes to be the person who leads out in a new path. They always want to tread where other judges have tread before. So we'll see if they get some case law tomorrow.
I think a cautious judge would say that this is too dangerous for reversal because it seems like the question really was just asking about an answer like, I didn't know about going to court on Saturday, and it didn't need to waive attorney-client privilege in the answer. So the question didn't really call for it, and so I would side with the defense.
Before we go on to the bigger thing, Mathis, if we rewind a little bit further, wasn't it earlier in the day, the jury was out of our presence, but wasn't it earlier in the day when she was trying to say the same thing? I was in touch with them. I was calling them. They were saying, well, you can't testify. She wanted to bring that in, right? Mm-hmm. That very answer that she got from her client, she's been trying to present that. And she's like, I know I can't testify, but, you know, I want to get this in. So I think there might have been intent on the part of Shannon Smith to get this answer in.
Mm-hmm.
And now she's trying to have the sword and the shield and say, I got my answer, but I don't want to deal with the ramifications of having that come in. So
yeah, it's definitely an uncomfortable situation where you would open the door to attorney-client communication because of something as simple as the scheduling of a specific Saturday court, like which courts have do arraignments on Saturday.
Yeah.
So I would not want to be the judge. I would just deny it out of an abundance of caution and unless someone gives me like a really
good case law,
like fitting precedent.
Yeah, Mathis, that's great. What's the big thing you've got?
So the big thing is, I think as a matter of law, there is now no chance that I would now grant a directed verdict. And I have considered the case law. I've read what the Court of Appeals has previously ruled, and it's quite interesting because there are different legal standards and tests that need to apply. So I think Mr. Apatorso said earlier, the prosecution has evidence that the danger of a school shooting would have been apparent to a reasonable person. That's 50% important. Why is it important? Well, we've talked about, can we hold someone responsible for the actions of another person? If there's a principle called the superseding cause, and that would absolve them of liability. Basically, what he did was so the wrongness of because of the way he did it, the shooter, this absolves you of liability. And one of the criteria for a superseding cause is that it's not reasonably foreseeable to result from a chain of events. So the Court of Appeals said, because given these warning signs, it was reasonably foreseeable, you cannot get the benefit of a superseding cause argument. So the only question is the first element of gross negligence. And the first element has two components.
Right.
The first component is she had actual knowledge of the danger. And this is different than the reasonable person test because it's like defamation. In defamation, you have to prove actual malice. And actual malice is you either know that it's wrong or you don't care that it's wrong.
We're talking about 16.18, the jury instructions, right? The three parts in gross negligence that they have to prove.
Yeah, okay. And it's like the second paragraph, the first element.
It says first that the defendant knew of the danger to another. That is, he or she knew there was a situation that required him or her to take ordinary care to avoid injuring another.
Yeah. And acted with willful disregard. That's the recklessness. That's the I don't care about danger part. And I think when we look at when we think long enough about what this means, the evidence is not there. And I want to explain it like this. Imagine if you draw a Venn diagram for the possible state of mind the defendant could have.
And a Venn diagram is the overlapping circles where all the pieces come together.
Yeah, exactly. You draw a couple of circles and some will overlap. You have to consider, based on this evidence, what can we establish? And one way, there are several elements, and the problem is the evidence lets you throw darts at the diagram, and if the dart lands in a circle, you have evidence for that element, for that component of an element of a crime. The problem is you can throw darts and land in, let's say, every circle, but because this charge requires multiple things to be true at the same time, you need a dart in the intersection of all the circles.
Right.
It's kind of like if you planned a trip and you tell yourself, I have enough gas to get to every individual target on my trip, but not enough to get to all of them. Or maybe you burn bridges on the way.
Right.
And the reason why I think the law does not permit the finding of guilt based on this evidence is that the evidence is insufficient. This evidence is not in the intersection of the circles. Let me explain why.
Okay.
Because this first element of gross negligence is a mens rea, it's a guilty mind, it's a mental state. There has to be something in the mind of the defendant that's criminal. And to get there, you have to be in several circles at the same time. One is that she had enough. So when we talk about carelessness, we're really talking about the quality that arises when precautions are not taken. So we're talking about actions. And we need to ask, why didn't she do this? Why did she not take precautions? And then we ask questions like, was there intent? Was there expectation? And so on. We have to consider that she expected the danger, that she expected the possibility. She had knowledge that he was a threat to others. And when we talk about knowledge of danger, the danger has to be the danger of the specific act that killed these people, because we're charging her with causing the deaths. So we need to establish that she knew she was a danger to our students. And to get there, we could say, well, if she was reasonable enough, she would have been able to tell. And then we have all this evidence in the record that tells us she's not reasonable.
Mathis,
and that is in the intersection of these two circles is like one molecule wide and not a big synthetic molecule.
I hear what you're saying, and that resonates to me to a degree. But the problem I see is that the judges, when they get handed a motion or presented with a motion for a directed verdict, they often look at it in pieces and they break it down. So they're not looking for the entire case altogether. They'll look at each individual allegation and see, and they have to do this in the light most favorable to the prosecution. It was evidence presented that can go to this piece of evidence, and so they'll break this down, and you might not have enough gas to get to all the pieces of evidence, but each piece they're going to look at and say, well, there was evidence here. The jury might believe that, and they'll go to the next one. Yeah, there was evidence there. The jury might believe that. I see that judges are very hesitant to do a directed verdict, even when it seems like the tank is low on gas, using your analogy, and you can't get to all the destinations. If there's any evidence to all the points, they're usually going to let the jury decide.
And that is why I would try to hammer this out in as much detail as possible, that you can't just look at every circle individually. The specific, this allegation is so upsetting people. The nature of the crime seems so horrible because of how wild and out there the specific point is where these circles intersect. You have the allegation, if this is true, then you have a mother that realized her son might murder children, and she decided, I will not take precautions because I don't care about the danger, and I'm buying him a gun, like a month earlier. It's an early Christmas present for my potential murder son. I think the evidence that you would need to get in the circle is so specific that as a matter of law, that cannot be, the evidence that we have here is just not enough. And if you put me on the Supreme Court, I overturn this guilty verdict in a minute.
That's a great point, because I think if our jury today in this trial was members of the Supreme Court or justices who are at that level, okay, in their law career, that have understand the nuances of the law like this, I think they would look at that the same way and say, yeah, we don't have that overlap that needed. That little point is there. You might not like the law, right? You might not like the fact that someone's not going to be convicted here, that the parents are not going to be charged. But I think the justices would agree. And I think if they are convicted, if the parents are convicted here, I think it will be overturned at the Supreme Court level because of the way the law is written. But I think you're right on the detail. If you take all the feelings out, there would be not guilty. But that being said, I think there's going to be a guilty here.
Yeah. I want to say one other thing. So on the issue of being overcharged, you could, if they had charged her with negligent homicide, that's just carelessness. I think that charge would absolutely be something the jury could decide. Because there, it's just, was she careless?
Yeah.
And not, did she tell herself, what's the big deal if it's, I don't care if my son is a danger to other students, I'm going to buy him a gun. That element goes away. It's just, did she properly safely store the firearm? And for that, you have like a maximum sentence of 2 years. And if you make them consecutively, it's an 8-year sentence. If you give her credit for time served, it's 6 more. I think that is an appropriate way to hold careless people accountable. And if we talk about what the comparison would be to, I think the gang charge is relevant. If you have the parent of someone in a gang, if you know they're in a gang, then you know they are a danger to others, and you have a common law duty of care to snitch on them. So you could charge. I think if you think about it, if you think about how you could get parents to guilty of this crime for their children if they murder someone, you could just say, well, parents of gang members know their children are a danger, and they choose not to protect society from them. So that is, if we take the law as it is today, I think gang crimes, gang murders would fall under this, but not, I didn't realize my son was so mentally disturbed that he was a school shooter. You have to realize he was so disturbed that he was a danger. And that specific element,
that's important.
All the evidence says she makes it clear she didn't realize, and therefore not guilty.
Mathis, I've got two things for you. First of all, you've impressed my wife. She says, I'm a huge fan of you. Your breakdown is intelligent, logical. And the second thing is, what, if you mind, ask, what do you do for a living?
I work in consulting. I studied mathematics for years, which is, my name is Math is. Okay. The Swedish, it's a Swedish or Scandinavian variant of Matthew.
Wow.
But I have a doctorate of mathematics. So I have lawyers in my family, and I nitpick details for fun. And so this is why I like watching court cases.
Okay, I am going to work extra hard to make sure I can get a method for you to be able to call so that you don't have to spend a fortune calling in every time from Germany. Thank you so much, Mathis. I appreciate you. Thank you for your breakdown.
Have a great rest of your day.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Call from Indy Cindy.
Indy Cindy, we're finally done with court for the day. What's your takeaway now? You were able to watch it all?
Yeah, I was. How you doing today?
I'm doing just great.
Oh, I'm trying to turn it down. Hold on. Sorry, hit the wrong button. I just wanted to comment real quick because I did go back and watch. It seemed like when the prosecutor was wanting to open that door, they kind of stepped in about the phone call from the attorney, and he was saying something about 11:03 p.m., a call with the police or detective or whoever that the Smith attorney had talked to. I went back and listened, and the defendant said that they went to bed after 11, maybe around 11 o'clock. So I don't think there was a specific time stated, so I don't know where that'll go. What do you think?
Well, that detail's important. If they said it around 11, it's not going to be really impeachment to say, well, at 11:04 you were texting. She's like, well, yeah, and then I went to bed. But I think the prosecution is more trying to do a gotcha on the defense attorney than they care about impeaching the defendant on this one, because whatever the defense attorney texted to the police officer, which is not covered under attorney-client privilege, which might be something to the effect of I can't get a hold of my client or something like that. That they're saying this may be prosecutorial misconduct because you're lying to the police for your client.
Okay, well, I think they'll be okay because the defendant specifically said when Ms. Smith said, well, when did you go to bed? It was after 11, maybe around 11 o'clock. So if she texted police, if Smith texted an officer at 11:03, then you can't say that's for sure. Whatever. That's all.
Yeah, and great catch there. Thanks for going back and checking that for us. I appreciate that.
Appreciate everything you do.
Thank you so much. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. Jane Steele, welcome to the gallery. Brand new member. Jane, when you join us, first, a couple things. You could never leave now. It's a one-way door. We probably should have told you before you came in, but you're here now. You're amongst friends. Make sure you type the !seat command in chat so you can take a reserved seat at the front row as well, because then you get an unobstructed view to all of court. Thankful that you're here. Appreciate the support. All right. This is crazy. First of all, tomorrow is going to start off with the bang because it's going to be the cross-examination of the defendant. That's going to start. I think they're going to have some more witnesses on the defense side. We're going to have, buckle up. It's going to be crazy. We're going to have questions about the affair and probably more, and trying to expand that. If there is more, they're going to try to go there. There'll be objections there. It'll get very spicy. We're going to have these questions about the text messaging that was happening about the time they were in the warehouse and the police were looking for them, and the squad was out hunting them down, and the implications that has on their lawyer, which might affect her legal standing. Literally, it's very, very serious what they might uncover here. So we'll see how that goes and what's allowed in there. We might also have a directed verdict motion. We've heard that the judge allowed them to reserve it to make that motion later. I don't think they'd save that to all the way the end of their case, but they might. So I expect that to be coming probably tomorrow. I think they just forgot to do it tonight. So that's probably going to be there tomorrow as well from the defense. More antics between the two sides, where the state was hesitant to give their list of who they were going to question next. And they were always, it's up in the air. We haven't made the decision. We can't tell you. That's a game they play. So you have to be ready for anything until the last minute. And now the shoe's on the other foot. And she's like, I haven't even decided, haven't had time. I need to talk to my client, which I guess she can do. But I think she's not allowed to talk to her client about her testimony while her client's still technically on the stand under oath. So I'm not sure how that's going to go. And that might cause problems tomorrow as well. Oh, man, it's going to be great. Also, brand new member, Mercedes. Welcome to the gallery, Mercedes. Thank you very much. Let's see. Jared Wonder says, RA just pulled a Hotel California for new members. We do. If you like what you saw today, first of all, we had a lot of new people, and welcome. We are a friendly place to watch true crime. We don't always agree with each other. As a matter of fact, most of the time we don't. But we are a place where we treat each other with respect, even if they have different opinions, even if they hold strong opinions that are very much different than my strong opinions. So if you're looking for that and you found us, please stay a while. Click the subscribe button, ring the bell, and come back and join us again, because we continue to do this. We have some of the smartest people, true crime fans, and as well as lawyers, that I think you can find anywhere on the internet that frequent these pages and will appear in chat. So I'd say please welcome and become part of us and make us a little bit better. All right. Anything else? We're starting at 8:30 tomorrow for court, so we're going to start at 8:15 again this morning. Thank you, Lynn, for that. I appreciate all those that hit the like button. That helps YouTube know that you actually liked what we do, or at least part of it. So I'm hoping. Got my fingers crossed.
In front of the wall.
Oh, in front of the Walmart. That's the wrong sound effect. I was actually going for this one over here. That one. Thank you to our amazing mods. They did have to work a little bit of overtime. It's always as cases gather more and more attention, we bring more people in, and a lot of times people join and don't understand how we are here. So I appreciate the old folks, the people who've been with us for a little while and understand how we operate. Having a little patience for the new people, and the new people understanding when we gently try to guide you into a friendlier way to maybe share what you have, because we want your opinion. We want to have that discussion here. We just ask that it be done in a respectful manner without the name calling or anything. And we can do that, and we can all learn because of it. We have a podcast tonight at 8 p.m. Yes, Paula Mac, thank you for reminding me. That's tonight, 8 p.m. on this channel. Weather Watch, one of our great mods, his name is Thomas, and I will be on for that. I'll actually redirect it so you can ring the bell and be notified when we go live. So I'll redirect you there once we're done. Kayla Holt, welcome to the gallery as a new member. Well, you've got the Blue Courthouse, so I know you've been here for at least 1 month before that as well. Thank you, Kayla. Appreciate that. Thanks for all the people who have been gifting memberships today. What a way to welcome new people with gifted memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are the best. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again. Tonight it will be the podcast at 8 p.m. After that, we'll be at 8:15 tomorrow morning. No, not much sleep. The podcast is only about an hour. 8:15 tomorrow morning, we'll be here back with the next portion for the cross-examination of Jennifer Crumbley. You guys are amazing. Thanks for all the amazing calls, for checking in from all over the world. Appreciate that. You guys be good to each other. We'll see you tomorrow.
How does he do that?